I would like to call the Committee on Budget back to order. It is 2:24 p.m. and we are starting with the Department of Information Technology, and they are Departmental Communications 176. Welcome, Director Wong.
Good afternoon, Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, and members of the committee. My name is Mark Wong, presenting for the Department of Information Technology. With me is the Department Deputy Director, Stephen Courtney, and our division chiefs. I'm going to start with the next slide. This is our budget comparison from last year. So the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2025 is just under $37 million. Funding for the previous year was $34.7 million, supplemented with $890,000 from federal SLFRF funding, for a total of $35.6 million last year. So the requested budget for FY25 represents an increase of $1.4 million, or approximately 6.6%. Of that $1.4 million, the majority, almost $1 million, is due to salary increases. And compared to the Consumer Price Index for technology at 7%, we're at an increase of about 6.2%. So our increases are slightly below what inflation would be for our industry. The next slide gives a breakdown of these differences from the various categories. So the $1 million increase that I mentioned in salaries is comprised of $678,000 in pay raises and $271,000 in costs associated with 4 additional positions, which I will get into later. Our current expenses, which make up the bulk of our expenditures, due to the way we do accounting, what you would traditionally think of small equipment, gets thrown into current expenses. So that category is up by about $150,000. And although we've had some very significant increases in this category, they are offset by some large reductions, so almost flat from year to year. Finally, our equipment costs are $309,000 higher than last year when you account for the $890,000 SLFRF grant. These increases are largely due to continual expansion in server, storage, and network requirements. We have some budget issues around staffing, and this is mostly for our support staff, which we call computer support representatives, or CSRs. An audit by the city auditor in 2022 pointed out that a lot of the CSRs were overloaded with supporting many different departments, and to get down to a recommended 2 departments per employee, per department, 2 departments per employee, we have been adding CSRs, and in this coming year, we're asking for the addition of 4 additional staff to bring down that ratio, but also to have some supervisory positions in there to guide the larger staff. So we haven't had any additions in supervisors for at least 15 years, even though we've been adding staff. So next I want to get into vacancies. In FY24, we had a turnover of 13 positions, with 5 people retiring, 2 transferring to other city or state agencies, and 6 leaving the city for jobs in the private sector. As of February 1st, 2024, there were 23 vacancies, but only 2 of these had been vacant for more than 1 year. So these are relatively new vacancies. Of these 21 positions are either in the recruitment or all the way through the final selection process. So we do feel that they're going to be filled by the beginning of FY 2025. 2 positions we expect to be filled during 2025. We are also in the process of reorganizing the administrative division and are working to eliminate a position that has been traditionally very hard to fill. After the census date of February 1st, we had 3 additional retirements, and then we have 2 positions that have return rights. So for the year, fiscal 2025, we are predicting vacancies of 5 to 7 people, which is around, I think, 3 to 4% of our 163 full-time equivalent positions. So I think that will be a record low vacancy rate for the department. So again, 5 to 7 positions vacant for fiscal year 2025. This does exclude 1 grant-funded position. The federal government funds a position through the Department of Community Services, but as we have had no scope or level of work from that department, we are expecting that we're not going to fill that position this year. We don't have any work for them designated. The next slide is overtime. The overtime for FY25 is going to be down slightly. There is a reduction in the ERP division, and during the last year, we went through a major upgrade of our ERP program. This is a program that won the city the Project of the Year award from the Project Management Institute. So because we're not going to be doing that major project, we do anticipate some reduction in the overtime costs, but still relatively flat. The next slide covers revenue, most of which is through mainframe billings through our public safety systems. That's driver license, motor vehicle, law enforcement. And as there's been no significant change in the population or the number of vehicles on the road, we're anticipating that to be flat for 2025. So that covers the operating budget, and the last slide is our CIP. For this department, that translates to telecommunications facilities or the radio, the public safety radio system. And almost all of these have to do with maintaining the radio sites. Those are those sites with the big antennas. So I'll just go through these very quickly. $150,000 for the replacement of a propane generator at Lualualei Board of Water Supply site. $60,000 for design and environmental assessment, plus some small updates for camera and fire suppression at Kapa'a HPD microwave. $6 million for continued system improvements at the Mokuleia microwave tower, and $1.11 million to finish improvements at the Kavela microwave tower. And that concludes the department's budget presentations. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate that. First up, we have Councilmember Tupola, followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
Aloha, Director. Thank you for being with us. My first question was about the vacancies. So I think on the last audit, which, you know, it is a little older now, it was in 2022, it said that you guys had 118 positions in your department. Is that still the accurate number?
118?
Yeah, that's what they had in their organizational chart.
No, it's a little over 160.
160. Yes. And so the 20, the ones that you're trying to fill, you said they're relatively new. How much of those are relatively new positions that you created? Of the
we created, I believe, 4 positions last year. Stuart? So 4 positions in the ERP CSR division. So I think most of the additions have been in that division. I think there was also one database position, but we have been increasing the number of positions as a result of those audit recommendations, and we are asking for 4 more positions this year to complete that recommendation. And people ask, well, why didn't you just all hire them at once? We actually cannot absorb that many people at once. We need to train and support them, and there are space issues for housing new employees. But
so those other 19 that were older positions, how long have those been vacant?
The 21 of the positions of the 23 that were reported February 1st, 21 of them were vacant less than 1 year.
So is I guess the ease in filling your vacancies because it's a pretty popular field to enter right now?
No, I wouldn't say it's easy. I would say it's very, very difficult. Um,
Mm,
the way that we manage to keep these numbers high is that we put a lot of emphasis on recruiting, interviewing, and part of the reason we're able to hire people, it's mostly at the lower end, is that people move up through the ranks. So uh, it's just a fact that the city is going to have a very difficult time hiring people on the high end, because on the high end, salaries are 2 to 3 times what we pay. So most of the hiring happens on the lower end, where they can come in with less experience and we will train them.
mm. So do you have upward mobility for your staff members as well? Is that also a reason why they like to stay?
There's been a lot of upward mobility as the department was started roughly around 30 years ago or 35 years ago. And that initial staffing where we had to staff 100% of the department, those people are retiring. So that leaves, that opens up a room at the top and people are moving up. And it's been very good for the city to have these promotion abilities for the staff at the lower end.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your hard work. I do wish you luck on filling those positions. When that slide that says budget issues, does the word budget issues mean like budget request to us?
Yes, that means that's special items that are not going to be normally covered by the budget. So anytime we want to add positions, that's a special ask, if you will, right?
Nice. Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, and then followed by myself, and then Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Director. Mine's a kind of easy question. I'm actually very excited about the Chief Data Officer that was hired. Were you on the selection committee?
I helped write some of the requirements and I did interviews, but yeah, I weighed in on it.
Okay, so I see that structurally, is she going to be in the managing director's office or is she going to be under you?
Not under us.
Okay, but she's going to have to work closely with you
Yes.
because in order to compile whatever system to get all of the data sets necessary, and that could be, the universe is yet to be determined, of course, right? But I had the pleasure of sitting down with her and talking story about a lot of things that I know I care about, and I'm hoping that she's going to work with all of the directors and council members to find out what kind of data would be good for not just public dissemination, but I think as it pertains to federal competitive funds, strengthen our narrative because we're losing, because we don't have the data, and we have a strong narrative and getting the necessary data to make ourselves more competitive. So are you going to be working with her on the development of the data sets?
Yes.
I mean, right? Because she can't do it on her own, right?
Yeah, I did recommend that the Chief Data Officer not be part of this department so that there would be, that the officer would be viewed as being independent from this department, which is really at the same level as the other departments. And if it was more representative of the administration and what the whole city wanted,
Got it.
I thought that would be better.
Okay, but
So,
with regard to capacity, clearly she's going to need to work with you to be able to effectuate whatever the priorities are with regard to data sets.
Absolutely. It's one person versus 160 plus people. Yeah, we
Okay,
have
okay.
oversight,
Anyway,
yeah.
thank you for all the good work that you've been doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next would be myself, followed by Council Chair Waters, and then Councilmember Okimoto. Okay. Hi, Director. Thank you very much for being here. Of course, we know that the cloud infrastructure still has yet to be expanded. And are there certain departments or, I guess, buildings that need to have it expanded to?
So I want to distinguish between the cloud that is outside the city and the cloud that is inside the city. And we're expanding both usages. And the term is very nebulous, if you will. It's kind of a term that doesn't really have a concrete meaning, but the easy description is that when you use services in the cloud, it doesn't matter where they're actually running and you can actually tell. So it just sort of clouds the picture, if you will. And I think that's why they just draw this amorphous shape. So the outside cloud services are things like Microsoft 365 or something that Google Docs, Google Mail. And we have been moving a lot of applications to the cloud. Our grants program is running on that. The Rock Solid OneView is an example of a cloud service. There are a lot of advantages to that. I would say the big disadvantage is the additional cost and the fact that if the internet from Hawaii goes down, we will lose that ability to do those services. We also have a substantial cloud within the city, and what that allows us to do is have applications that instead of running on just one system, they can be running in many different places or multiple places, and if we have one failure, the other instances just take over. So we see less downtime, and if there's great demand, it can expand to do that. I think the most important example of the internal cloud is our new ERP version that won this project award that is running in our private cloud in the city. So I hope that answered the question.
Thank you. My next question is in relation to the mobile driver license program. Which agencies are you coordinating with?
So the mobile driver license program is really something that is an international specification. So it's not something that we are designing or even weighing in on how it works. It's already specified at an international level. The Homeland Security Administration has adopted that standard and is working through TSA. So
Okay.
we have to comply and meet the test with TSA. I don't think it's any secret that we will be rolling this out with Apple on their platform initially, so we're working with them. But for government agencies, we're working very closely with CSD for administration at our county level and their counterparts in the other counties for checking these licenses and revoking them and basically doing help on that. And of course, we're working with the State Department of Transportation.
Thank you. It's interesting because it's the system that will then recognize our state or driver's licenses, right, when you're in the TSA line, yeah?
That's correct.
I always have a problem. Like, they always think that my driver's license it's either ineligible or not ineligible, not legible, and I always have to show like my passport or something. So anyway, that's just a personal problem. I'm just sharing. My next question is relating to which city departments are slated to be able to utilize the H&L pay, and how will that increase the department's efficiency and positive customer service experience?
Very good question. Any department that accepts payments. So I think Stephen knows the number. How many? Every 2 weeks, it's millions of dollars that are currently running through H&O Pay. 2 million every 2 weeks? Okay, 2 million every 2 weeks right now. Things like driver license renewal, motor vehicle registrations, parks, activities. I think fire department is looking at firearms, or I think they're already doing it. Department of Planning and Permitting for paying for affordable housing applications, and the film office for any type of permit that a filming company would need. So that could be police, DTS, parks. See who else is currently looking at it. Of course, BFS. So anybody that wants to take electronic payment, and the purpose for H&L Pay is to allow these payment applications to be developed quickly. Previously, they would take 2 to 3 years. We can bring them up in weeks or months with H&L Pay.
When you said 2 million each week, you mentioned?
2 million every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks,
Yes.
okay. And do you know the breakdown between the different agencies as well?
All I know is at the peak, and this would be in a day, before the pandemic, we would see up to $1 million in one day just
wow.
for motor vehicle
Jeez.
renewals. Renewals, not new, just renewals. And that tends to be at the end of the month when everybody's rushing. But it's a lot of money.
Okay, got it. And another H&L, I guess, type of format. I just got an H&L info alert, actually, just a few hours ago. But would you be able to share the details about the H&L info alerts and the expansion of the emergency messages to the public? And which department is tasked to send those messages?
Okay, so H&L Info, much like an H&L Pay, is a platform designed by DIT so departments can just plug in their requirements without having to have a new application developed. The number of departments is quite large. It's Board of Water Supply, police, fire, transportation, basically anybody that's going to send out alerts, DEM. And the way this works is that DIT has what's called a console. And each department can go and either manually or by a program automatically post some type of message to people that have a particular interest. So if you're not interested in, well, I think weather alerts are probably going to go to everyone, but let's just say maybe a road closure in a particular area. If you subscribe to that, you're going to get it. And H&L Info is wired so that it can send messages via text message, via email, via voice messages. We do that very rarely, and also direct notifications through your platform like an Apple or iOS, which does not require a telephone number. It just goes directly to your device.
Oh, so it goes to your carrier.
It actually goes to the platform of that device you're carrying. So the Apple notifications would go through Apple, but your text messages would go through your carrier. They're
Okay.
Yeah, two
Not the
different
actual
types.
carrier, but the actual software.
Yeah,
Or like,
both
would
ways.
it be Android? Oh, both ways.
Both ways.
Wow. Okay. And switching gears to not just the apps or any other types of mobile format, it's in relation to the equipment funds on the operating budget book on page B136 under. In page B136, it talks about there's $1,199,610 for equipment funds for additional servers to allow the city's move to cloud computing. And so what is the timeline for that move? And what is the timeline for that? And what is the $1,199,610 used for this fiscal year?
So we actually have been implementing the cloud since about 2017, 2018. We started out very small, and instead of having a dedicated server to run a particular application, so if we would run application X in the past, we would have it run on 1 or 2 dedicated servers. In other words, they would be assigned to run on that. Over time, we have been rewriting the applications. The bulk of the applications that we write, I would say over 90% of everything we write now, is for the cloud, for our own cloud. And instead of running your application on a machine and buying a machine for that, you're running it in this cloud of machines. It's a whole cluster of machines. And the more you run in that cloud, the more capacity you need. So every year, we will be adding capacity, but roughly every 4 years, every 5 years, we also need to replace the machines that they're getting older. So we have a very comprehensive budgeting process called life cycle management, where we look at the date of every piece of equipment, when it's in service, how long it's going to last, and how and when we need to add capacity. So that figure for buying additional capacity is not only expansion, but it's also replacement. But we're actively using that for all kinds of things like.
Okay, and is that decreasing the amount of space or storage space that is needed for actual machinery?
Absolutely, yes, yes.
And how much so? How so?
When we rebuilt the new data center, it's less than half the size of the previous data center. And it's not just the space, it's the electricity and the cooling. It saves a lot of money.
Okay, so there's an increase with the $1,199,610, right? But then, does that mean we see a decrease in the amount of storage space? Is it related in a sense in our budget?
When we built the new data center, so like I said, we built it at less than half the size. But when we started standing up the cloud, it's not completely filled. We planned for additional expansion. So when we buy these additional servers, they do take up empty space that we've provided for in there. I'm talking about the physical space that those servers take up. If you're talking about the amount of space that we have to store our files, that is actually a different system. That's storage as a service, and we've moved to paying for that service much as you would pay for your cable TV. You don't own the antenna on the top of your roof anymore. You just pay the cable company, and they provide those channels for you. And we do the same with storage. And the advantage of this is if there's a huge need for storage all of a sudden, we don't have to go through procurement to try to buy that. The provider can just turn it on. And a lot of times they have that extra capacity and they just start charging us for it. So I know these are sort of strange concepts even to us in IT as it's been evolving, but those are different systems, the cloud computing and the storage.
The last two transfers, or maybe just at least the latest transfer that we've had with DIT in our committee on budget, was relating to actual storage, right? Actual physical storage.
Yes.
And with that, I know that we mentioned in the hearing, I think Deputy Director mentioned that it was about 30 days of actually holding the storage, right? I forgot which system that was that we just did a transfer for. And with that, I was wondering, since we do keep transferring to obtain more storage, can't we just allow the systems to override the current data that it's storing for 30 days? Like, can it just be overridden every 30 days?
There are some data that gets overwritten, but a lot of the storage that we use is for email, for video evidence, and I can tell you, since I'm actually involved with a federal case right now, we have to provide emails going back, in this case, I think we're going back 12 years. So there's just certain types of data that we can't overwrite. But I do want to explain that the issues that we've had as the industry has moved from disk drives sitting in your facility to procuring the storage as a service or even getting it in the cloud. In terms of cities accounting, these are considered different types of expenses. So when the vendor moves from one type to another, we need to come to you to move that money to a different color of money. And another challenge that we've had is that during the pandemic, we tried in some cases to use federal funding, and federal funding also has its certain requirements on how you spend the money. So as we've changed the way these were funded, it's been rather unsettling, and we've had to come to you for resolutions to reclassify funds.
Okay.
Hopefully, this will settle down as we just do one type of procurement for storage and mainframes,
Okay.
et cetera.
Thank you. I have another question, and this isn't going to be in comparison. I know you mentioned ERP, I think, in your presentation earlier, but I have some comparisons with some funding from FY24 that I want to bring up and get clarification on. So first off, there's a request for $4 million for $112,000, $4,412,611, and this is for the under Object Code 3004 under Consultant Services, which states that it's to provide technical expertise in support of various critical IT projects. And then in this last fiscal year, in 2024, there was a comparable requested amount of $4,598,394, and a lot of it that appropriation was used for ERP, right? At the amount of, and the amount that was appropriated for ERP was $4,352,611. May I ask that you provide information about this, and if these consultant services are able to be provided in-house by DIT?
Actually, they cannot. And let me explain that. When you have an ERP system, it is a cloud-based system, as I said now. It's a very specialized system, and only the vendor that wrote that software knows it intimately.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, our staff is very good at certain aspects of running the ERP system. And these types of consultants are not some company on the mainland that's going to fly in once in a while or jump on a WebEx and help you. They are actually sitting in the same building as our staff, working side by side every day. And what we've tried to do is, we've had problems in getting enough people with expertise in certain areas of the ERP system to maintain it. And we have determined that will be cheaper and more efficient to have the vendor take over some of these tasks. So we have been shifting things, especially things to do with security. We don't want to risk getting hacked.
And so this is an annual contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And they are actually, if you come down to our ERP offices, you will see them there every day.
Okay.
They're actually embedded.
Okay. And with that, there's 4 FTE that's going to be added to the ERP division, correct?
Yes, but let me explain, because this is a little confusing. It has something to do with the history of the department. But this department that we call, the division that we call ERP CSRs, they are 2 very different functions. The ERP runs things like payroll, general ledger, budgeting, HR. The CSRs are embedded in the departments, helping them fix their computers and set up their email. They're 2 totally different functions, but yet they are under the same division for historical reasons. They don't even work in the same building.
Okay.
But they're actually not related, but they're thrown together in one division.
Okay, so that answers my next question. And my next question was actually, how was the 4 new FTEs in relation to the Object Code 3004 of Consultant Services related to and each other, if they're going to be supporting one another?
So I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Oh, okay. So the 4 FTE that I brought up, I was asking in relation to the ERP appropriation of the $4 million, et cetera, and how that would have been related to both, because one of the FTEs is stated as ERP help desk security and workflow process.
Yes.
Which we also have, which in my thought is we have the $4 million, et cetera, for consultant services.
Correct. So the help desk people and the CSRs are not the type of people that are actually working on the application. They are working with people like in the departments that have a problem with something, like how do I approve this, or my printer doesn't work, or my phone is dead. They're not really related, although the ERP does have its own help desk. That's not the type of thing that the vendor would be doing. So the type of support that the vendor doing is very technical, related to running that program. the help desk is related to helping city employees with their problems as our CSRs. So those CSRs that we're looking to hire are across departments like DPP and BFS to help them with computer issues. I hope that clarified that.
A little bit, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, I have a last question, and it's not related to what we were just talking about. My last question is relating to if the department is going to be upgrading or consider purchasing a scanner that can handle staples or thicker pages, because right now I understand that in addition to all the information technology work that DIT does, that you do also have staff that's responsible for scanning and shredding like very amount of large papers, like to the tune of $1 million, $1 million pages of documents that are scanned just from last year. So I was wondering if you're looking to invest in a scanner or whatever type of machine it is that will be able to handle all those millions of documents.
We do have scanners that can handle high volume of documents. However, staples and paper clips do not coexist well with scanners. And the reason the reason we don't pull them out for departments is it's so time consuming that would cause a backlog for everyone else that is scanning. And these guys are scanning all the time. They're just so busy scanning. We can scan thick documents. I think one of our scanners, can scan up to ½ an inch thick. So we do have high capacity scanners. Our sheet scanners scan at least 260 sides a minute, and we have multiple. So capacity, I have not heard has been an issue. It's the human beings to handle all that.
So you haven't heard that as an issue?
No.
But because there are staples and paper clips and whatever, it's just time consuming.
Right. If you've ever taken a staple document and tried to put through your copier, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do that every month.
It's not going to take it. It'll jam. And so we, unless we have additional positions for people to remove staples and do that, we just can't take the time out to do
So your staff, on top of everything, has to sit there and do that before scanning everything.
They would have to do that.
And shredding.
Yes. Yeah. Not shredding. We can shred stapled. It'll chew right through a staple paper clip. That's not a problem.
For clarification, your staff does it, or are you requiring other departments or agencies to do all that removal themselves before giving it to DIT for scanning? And
we require the other departments to do it. Yes.
Okay. Well, if there is a machine, I hope that you look at investing in it.
I'll look into it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Council Chair Waters, followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair Cordero. You actually asked pretty much all of my questions, but I'll try my best to distinguish my questions. So good afternoon. In purchasing more servers to accommodate the city's overall computing capacity needed to move to cloud computing, are you appropriately staffed to maintain these additional servers?
That's a great question. So in a traditional server, when an application is running out and the server dies, the application breaks. You've got to fix it immediately. In a cloud-based application, the analogy I always give is if you have a kitchen full of cockroaches and you find one and you smash it, it's not going to have any effect whatsoever because there's so many other roaches out there, you can't kill them, and they will replicate and replace the missing roach. And so when a cloud, if a server dies, all the things that are running on that are, when they stop running, it's detected by the rest of the swarm of these servers, and they just pick up and run it. So the great advantage of this is if you have failures in the middle of the night, aside from getting a report that one of the servers is down, you don't have to run out and replace it. You can get around to doing it. And the reason we've moved to this is just so that city services continue to run uninterrupted. And this is the way Google works and Amazon and everybody, all these large companies are moving to the cloud. So it does not require any additional staff. In fact, it makes it easier for staff that can concentrate on other things. And they'll still have to replace it. They just won't have to jump and do it. They could wait a few days to swap it out.
Okay, so the issue is not data. We have enough storage capacity. We just want to upgrade the servers or purchase new servers.
We constantly need both storage and servers, but storage probably grows at a faster rate than servers. Once we reach a certain level with the servers, that's going to taper off, because you don't need to add servers at the same rate that you run applications because of the way that they divide up the work. But storage, once the storage is used, the storage is used. And people are sending larger and larger emails and videos, and we have a lot of surveillance footage. So storage requirement is unfortunately not going to slow down. It's growing, I wouldn't say exponentially, but it's not just growing at a multiple. It's growing very quickly.
And your department stores all this data from all 20 departments?
We store most of the data for all the departments. There will be some exceptions, like the HPD body camera footage stored on the mainland. Of course, border water supply is separate, but for the most part, we do store for all the departments.
I was going to ask exactly about the body cam, but what if the police department emails the body cam footage to the prosecutors? Then it's on our.
Yes, you're correct.
I see. And honestly, I don't know how they transfer it over. I'm just guessing that might be the way they do it.
I hope they don't do that.
Yeah. Okay, honestly, my staff wrote this question, so I'll just ask it as written. What would it look like in the budget to get Office 360 for the city?
The last time we looked, it would be an additional annual expense of about $3 million.
Annually, $3 million.
Annual, yes, annually. It's a cloud-based service, so every year it just goes up and up. So $3 million, and if it escalates at somewhere between 7 to 12% a year, you can predict how expensive it will get. I think I'll probably go on record saying that I think it's inevitable that someday we're going to have to just bite the bullet and spend that kind of money. And it will probably be because a company like that can simply force you to. They'll just make it so that your old program doesn't work anymore, and then you'll be forced to spend it. So somewhat of a monopoly.
I see. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Director. Along the same lines, I think actually Council Chair Waters asked the main question that I had, which was about the server space. Because we have a lot of employees who, I get the notices for emails, your email space is going to run out, what can you do? So we talked about the server capacity, you mentioned the cloud. I'm wondering if it's more cost effective to contract out some of this. Is that something that we can look at for some of the latest data storage, or is that not something that was feasible or not efficient and effective for us?
It is actually contracted out. So when you see in the past couple of years, something that looks like SaaS, storage as a service, we're not managing someone else, we're actually paying someone else for that.
How much of our data is being contracted out of our storage?
How many? 1.2 petabytes, and
Oh,
as a
gosh.
percentage? He's guessing 90%. The bulk of it, it's,
The bulk of it is.
yeah, so a petabyte is 1,000 terabytes, a terabyte is 1,000 gigabytes, gigabytes 1,000 megabytes. It's a lot of storage.
Okay.
A petabyte would have been unthinkable many years ago, and we're over a petabyte. So But I did want to circle back to Office in the cloud. If we do get to that point, that service includes storage of emails.
It does.
Is it unlimited? He says, depending on which
Depending on the
plan, it can be unlimited. So $3 million, yes, that's a huge amount of money, but you're not just getting word processing in Excel. You're getting cloud storage. So it's not a simple formula to say that this is going to save us money or cost us much more, because there are definitely some benefits to having all that vast amount of data generated by Office applications stored in the Microsoft cloud. They come together.
Okay, 3 million, and do you know about, it's in the notes, but how much is being spent on the external, right now, this 1.2 petabytes, the 90% storage, about how much is spent on that?
It's plus or minus $1 million. Is that right?
A year,
A year.
a year.
I
And the $3 million, that would be a year also, every year? Or
yes.
that would be every year?
But it wouldn't eliminate all our storage, because that's just Office applications.
Okay,
It does come with some user storage. You could store some other things in there. I'd probably say I'm not prepared to guess at how much
Okay.
might get moved off to that, but it could accommodate some of the storage.
okay. Okay, thank you, Director, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I was just curious, given Chair's question, another issue that came up was activating co-authoring on like Microsoft, like Excel or Word. Like, do we know how much that would be? Or is that feasible?
You're talking about having multiple people editing a document at the same time?
Yeah, so where it's like in the shared drive and then,
Well, we can already do people editing the same document at different times.
okay,
And we do it all the time in our office. Because we don't have that experience with doing large-scale Microsoft sharing, and they didn't have it many years ago, we use Google Docs. And for Google, we've had 10, 15 people editing the same spreadsheet at the same time. So our big lifecycle management has many, many tabs, and each division or branch can be in their own tab editing, and we can see all the changes happening in real time. So I would say at this point, if you want to jump in and do simultaneous editing, it is available through Google Docs, Google Sheets, and I think even their presentation thing, the suite's very mature, and it's not an endorsement, but that's what we use.
so you feel like that would be better than trying to do it on the, because that was just the request that came in to our offices. I know our staff, we typically use Google Docs for everything, but
Yeah.
I know some city staff had questions about that. But it sounds like you're saying it's not really contemplated in our subscription or allowable.
Because we don't really have that experience with where Microsoft is on that. I do know that they're moving to having an all web-based interface as Google would, and I imagine that will be collaborative editing at that point. They're going to have to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Wow, I guess I got to get on the Google Docs train, I guess. I don't use that. I just use what do we use? OneNote, which is also on the old Microsoft, whatever it is. Okay, thank you, Committee Vice Chair. In alignment with that, I have a few questions relating to Outlook and as well as our Microsoft systems. So as we know, the security of our city data is super critical. And how secure is Outlook 2013 right now?
You know, I wouldn't really look at an application like that and say that it's this secure or it's not that secure, because The biggest risk to security with email is with the users. So regardless of the platform that you're reading your email or sending it with, the real risk is in opening emails from the outside. And to that end, we've implemented what we call phishing campaigns to make sure that people learn how to recognize suspicious emails. We flag them with headers that we think that they're not coming from the person that says that it's sent. I would say you should be very comfortable with using Outlook.
Okay, thank you. And is our city data within it safe? Because I know that we often get emails about phishing and other types of concerns. And then there are issues when we all can't access our emails, like when that occurrence happened at Kapolei Hale. And of course, we got emails that it was down, but of course, we got it like afterwards. So is our city data safe using the application, the Outlook 2013 program?
I have been here for almost 11 years. And for our city email system, we have not had any breaches that we've detected, that's a record. You know, you can look at a lot of other organizations around the state, they've been hacked. There was one department that has their own little network, and somebody downloaded a personal email through an outside vendor, and they got breached. Their network basically got wiped. But as frustrating as it is, DIT takes a very strict approach to security. And, you know, this is manifested in some people saying, oh, this is, you know, how come I can't check my email from home? Or why can't I check my personal email at work? And we do that for security reasons. So we do take it very seriously. And I would say that I think that the city has some of the best IT security.
Okay. And now from security to maintenance, how much does the maintenance of Outlook 2013 cost, if at all?
There's not a direct accounting that we would have for supporting Outlook. I think a lot of the problems that a user would have, that's kind of baked into the CSR budget for support. For email support, I think when we have problems with email, it's not really so much Outlook as the larger, what's called Exchange. That's the big Microsoft product that.
Okay, so it's not Outlook, it's Microsoft Exchange.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're going through an upgrade on that, and I would say that it's not insignificant, but it's not in the hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
Okay.
There are some costs. We do have problems. We rely on Microsoft for help, and that also has to be integrated in with things like archives and e-discovery. So email can be very complicated in an organization like the city, but it's not cheap.
Okay, are we paying for subscriptions for our Microsoft Word, I guess it's 2013 that we have right now, or 2010 that we have?
So we pay for licenses for almost everything that we use from Microsoft on what's called an enterprise basis, and they kind of look at how big the organization is, and then they come up with a fee that gives you the right to use their software. And what I'm talking about is software that you're running on your own machines. When you run in the cloud, as a cloud service, that's a whole different pricing model.
Okay. My next question, and I know that we've talked about this just last week, right? And I think you know where I'm about to lead to is relation to departments who want to upgrade. And I know we discussed this. So for the departments or divisions that want to upgrade their Microsoft or Exchange or their Microsoft Word, you know, I mentioned to you that they're having a difficult time I guess, receiving documents, or like, when they open it and then they open it into the format that they have. Let's say I get this prompt a lot on my work computer, like you're opening an older version, you're opening a newer version of Microsoft Word X, Y, and Z. The formatting, of course, will be different, and of course then it kind of messes up the header and everything else. And of course other agencies want to upgrade that in their discussions with I don't know who, but myself included. But so with that, I've asked you this before, like, would it be better to just allow us to upgrade it now and obtain the enterprise or licenses now instead of doing it division by division or department by department?
So this issue of opening a newer version of a Word or an Excel document or PowerPoint, that's not really so much of an issue for switching to the new Office, because those are almost standalone applications. The real challenge with upgrading is email. It's really email, because I would say, I like the idea of taking one work group or one department and upgrading that. We just need to make sure that that department does not have any other applications that need to integrate with email that would break if we upgraded them. And there are quite a few departments who have systems that send emails out or get emails and integrate with that application. Like you guys are looking at Leidos, that requires email integration. So OneView was another, the grants management package. These email integrations always seem to cause problems. And I think at some point, just because of the huge increase in budget, I like the idea of trying to upgrade in chunks.
Okay. Well, I mean, we have a few departments that want to upgrade their licenses, whether it be on trial or not. And I haven't heard about the email, but mainly the Microsoft versions that they have right now.
Yep.
So once again, can't we just save money and do the whole enterprise or licenses for the whole city versus just per department? Because for one department, I'm not going to call them out. It's like 300 in totality. It would be like $300,000, and then if we do it per department after that, times 19 or 20. Or I don't know, even per division even, I mean, that's going to be just a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about the amount of money, but as I said, I think eventually you're just going to have to spend the money. So my biggest concern is not spending the money. It would be the difficulty in making that transition and tying in with all the other systems that might need to access that email. We did a recent upgrade of email system, and the fire department over time recall system stopped sending messages, so firefighters couldn't get their assignments. Separate system that tied into the email system, and they weren't, the compatibility broke when we made that upgrade. So we just have to be careful that, it does sound great to just upgrade, but IT is very complicated, and there's lots of interconnections, and we have to make sure that we're not going to break something critical. If it's not critical, I'm willing to risk it, but if it's like getting a fire people onto the truck to fight fires, and you miss the message telling them it's their shift, that's a problem. In fact, I just got a call from Chief Howe yesterday about that. It's been remedied, but there are unintended consequences when you make software changes.
Okay. And you mentioned Google Docs. Your department, you use Google Docs, right?
Yes, I do.
But we can't access Gmail though. So how are we able to use Google Docs, confirm or verify or open a document that is sent to us on Gmail when we can't even access Gmail? And also, how secure is Google Docs?
So Google's very secure.
Okay.
There are federal agencies and states that have standardized on Google instead of Microsoft. You can send a link to it through Outlook for a Google Doc. And it's easier to open a Google Doc if you have a Gmail account. And you can open a doc with your Gmail account and not be able to get your mail
Okay.
from Gmail. So Gmail is blocked coming to the city, but your Google account is not
Okay.
because it's the mail that has the security risk. It's not the other things.
Okay. Thank
Brian's
you.
not going to want to hear this, but I even use Google Drive.
Oh, okay.
It's mail that has the risk, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Director Wong.
Thank you.
Next, we have Department of Facility Maintenance, and after Department of Facility Maintenance, we'll have Department of Design Construction, followed by Department of Human Resources, then our legislative branch, legislative budget review. The Department of Facility Maintenance, Departmental Communication is Departmental Communication 184, D184. They had a prior communication, but I think the updated one is 184. Okay, their presentation is up, and with us from the administration, we have the director, Gino Bono.
Good afternoon, Budget Chair Cordero, Council Chair Waters, Council Vice Chair Kiaina. Oh, is she here? Yep. And members, council members. I would like to start as a freshman member, and given my short tenure, to quote Oprah Winfrey, "Surround yourself with those who only uplift you." And with that, it truly is befitting that I first introduce the DFM leadership team. From the Chief Engineer's Office, Deputy Director Warren Mamizuka, Acting Executive Assistant Liana Ramos, Acting Administrative Services Officer Jonah Justiniano, Chief of Automotive Services Equipment Service Robert Primiano, Chief of Road Maintenance Tyler Sugihara, Chief of Public Building and Electrical Maintenance Richard Yonetta, Program Administrator of Stormwater Quality Randall Wakamoto, and lastly, Gene Albano, Director and Chief Engineer. In accordance with Budget Communication number 3, DFM has met or corresponded with council members to discuss DFM's responsibilities, goals, and objectives that include but not limited to vehicle and equipment repair and maintenance for city agencies, sans BWS, HPD, HFD, repair, maintenance, and renovation, minor renovation of city buildings and structures, street lighting, park lighting, mall lighting, and electrical facilities, and communication facilities, custodial and utility services, administrating city employee parking, motor pool, and security at city facilities under DFM jurisdiction, maintenance of city roadways, sidewalks, storm drains, streams, bridges, striping signs, municipal parking lots, bus stop shelters, and the like, SPO, S&O enforcement, and lastly, compliance of federal, state, and city stormwater quality regulations. We present today additional requested information on DFM's proposed fiscal year 25 budget. Proposed fiscal year 25 operating budget is $136.4 million, which is an increase of $10.1 million, or roughly 8% more. salary increase of 4.7, in which fiscal year 25 DFM has no permanent positions, no new permanent positions. DFM has 9 FTE contract positions. 91 of those positions are deactivated. Current expenses increase of 4.3 million or 5.7% higher. Equipment costs of 1.3 million. The next slides will further detail changes by divisions. This was not required, but our source of funding comes from 8 sources: general, highway, highway beautification, bikeway, sewer, transportation, refuge, recycling. Administration, which includes stormwater quality, proposed fiscal year budget is 17.9 million, which is an increase of 2.4 million. Salary increase of roughly 23%. Current expenses increase of 13.3%, and no equipment costs in fiscal year 25. For automotive equipment services, proposed fiscal year operating budget is 22.4 million, which is an increase of 2.5%, a salary increase of 6%, a flat current expense, which is slightly a decrease of $19.6 thousand, and an equipment cost of $124,600. Moving on to public building and electrical maintenance, proposed budget is 43.7 million, an increase of 4.8%, a salary increase of 9.2%, current expenses increase of $308,000, yep, equipment costs of $569,000. For road maintenance, proposed fiscal year operating budget is 52.3 million, an increase of 11%, salary increase of 8.1%, current expenses increase of 2.4 million, and an equipment cost of $645,000. We'll move on to vacancies. As of February 1st, 2024, DFM has 295 authorized permanent FTE positions that's vacant. DFM has 91 deactivated positions. As an update since February 1st, we have hired an additional 34 hires with various start dates to next month and 9 internal transfer promotions. We continue to exhaust all avenues to aggressively hire with one-day hires, recruit and hire above minimum salary incentives, reevaluating antiquated PDs where applicable to industry norms, and we're certainly cautiously optimistic that we'll meet our projected target. Moving on to department overtime, we have a budget of 2.5 million. Object codes are 1102 for non-holiday overtime, object code 1107 for holiday overtime. While the slide doesn't show, the approximate hours is roughly 53,000 hours. It's attributed to hours during the weekend to maintain services where departments have 6 or 7 day schedules, in addition to addressing backlog work orders with the current limited workforce that we have, outreach programs, and city-sponsored led community events. Lastly, the revenue sources, there are no changes in revenue sources and we remain flat. So we'll move on to CIP capital improvement projects. The chart shows that much of the budget is with highways and streets, followed by general government and then public safety. A more detailed information, we have general government that has a budget of 67 million. Some of the projects include public facility additions and improvements, civic center parking structure reconstruction, electrification of transportation infrastructure that DTS had discussed earlier with the council, energy conservation improvements, Kapolei Consolidated Corporation Yard, medical examiner building improvements and expansion, municipal parking facilities improvements, Pro City bus facility, which is for DTS, Pro City Corporation Yard renovations, public building facility improvements, municipality facilities improvements, and I believe DLN mentioned earlier about public facilities improvement land acquisitions. Regarding public safety, we have a budget of $12.8 million. Regarding flood control, including flood control improvements at various locations, Kahawainui stream dredging, Kalihi Palama street bank improvements, and other protection miscellaneous projects such as outfall improvements, rock slide potential inspections, and mitigative improvements, telecommunication facilities upgrades, which is a DDC project. We'll move on to highways and streets. We have a budget of 152.3 million, of which 30 million is for storm drainage. Under highways, streets, and roadways, we have curb ramps at various locations, guardrail improvements, rehab of streets, Renton Road improvements, utility share expenses, and with facility maintenance, we have reconstruction of guardrails, reconstruction of sidewalks. Under bridge, viaducts, and grade separation, we have the Alawai Bridge for DTS at $61.7 million. Lastly, we have bridge rehabilitation at various locations. Storm, wait. Is it storm next? Yes, okay, thank you. Storm drainage improvements at various locations, erosion control improvements, reconstruction of storm drain structures at Kaka'ako, stormwater pump station improvements. For facilities maintenance, we have the various NPDS projects at Koa Beach, erosion-prone areas, retrofit structural BMP improvements, BMP for city industrial facilities at Kapolei and Waianae, BMPs for trash reduction, BMP improvements, rehab and reconstruction of storm drains and catch basins, storm drainage best managed practices in downtown Chinatown, BMPs at Salt Lake Drainage System, and BMPs in the vicinity of Waihewa Reservoir. Lastly, we have street lighting, which is for street light meter cabinets, transformers, street lighting improvements. So thank you very much. I'm very sorry. I don't. gotta speak to that. We also have major equipment. Most of the equipment is primarily to replace equipment with DRM. And we'll just scroll down rather than me cite all of the various equipment. Go ahead. And if with that, I do want to end with sincere appreciation and thank you to the council for really your support of the department. Our department oftentimes will struggle with the perception that we are not maintaining our facilities. You continue to defend our department as best as you can, and we simply appreciate that. And with that, I open it up for questions.
Thank you, Director Albano, and welcome to your team. First up, we will have Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, followed by Councilmember Tupola, and then Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Director, and thank you for your team and yourself meeting with me with regard to the budget, and also for your team and yourself coming to the site visit regarding best management practices relating to Ka'elipulu Stream. As you know, the mayor is going to have the town hall in March, on March 28th, and I shared with you the email, so just be prepared. There'll be a lot of water advocates wearing blue at the town hall, so you might want to wear blue as well. I intend on wearing blue that evening.
That is my favorite color, so
okay.
absolutely.
Okay, so, you know, just with regard to the bigger picture, of course, I support your efforts to secure and earmark the federal level for more planning relating to Ka'elipulu. So I hope you guys get that into the congressional delegation. But I do think that we need to justify to the community about, you know, their request to look at that larger project relating to a berm malka of the channel. Is this Keolu Channel Dam, yeah? Okay, so that's also, I just wanted to let you know that. So thank you for coming out for that. I know these issues aren't easy because when the community wants a quick fix, they're looking at the largest project and think that all monies that we secure go to that. And I know that you guys explained to the community that, you know, these things are complicated and it has to be measured. The other issue I wanted to talk about was your street resurfacing efforts. I understand that you have 10 million budgeted for that. And I'm pretty sure you guys share it as well, but that my constituents in Kaneohe feel that there needs to be needed improvement on Kamehameha Highway. And so I just want to make sure, I guess my question to you first off is $10 million enough? Because I do expect you guys to, and the Department of Design and Construction to resurface Kamehameha Highway. The second question I have is that at Haiku Road and Kamehameha Highway, it's horrific. And there's a patch there that is very dangerous for people. And I know that DDC has it part of their plans to help in the long term, but I think in the short term, I need some help. I think it's an urgent matter, and I guess I just want some kukua.
We are using this year's Mill and Fill IDIQ to actually address your concerns. It is the first project that is being
Okay, and what's my time frame for
addressed.
that?
The NTP, the notice to proceed, is in May.
Is in what?
May.
May. This is March. I even drove there. You know, if the cars keep on, you guys, you know, we're talking about the same area, right? It's Hamajang the road at a major thoroughfare in Kaneohe. So my worry is that if you guys don't do that, you're going to have, you know, claims against the city for cars being hurt. Yeah, I mean, I remember before I was a council member, I filed a claim. I didn't get very much money, but I did file a $2,000 claim against the city because I hit a big, deep pothole on Ward Avenue, and it was severe. My car was severely damaged. But anyway, I guess I get it all the time.
We have tried to work with BFS as closely as possible to expedite the contracts, and the best we can do at this point is May.
March, that's a month and a half away.
We presently do have interim pothole patching just for the sake of
Yeah.
till
I don't
May.
mind that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever can be done, and I'll go knock on Director Coano's door then, okay?
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Did you say bye? Bye-bye. Okay, don't go. Don't go. Councilmember Topola, followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you so much, Chair. She didn't just say bye-bye, she said hamajang. Questioning, but I think we want to use that word a lot. Director, welcome. Thank you for being here. You look very sharp today. We're glad you're still hanging out, working for the city. Glad you haven't given up, that you're still in the fight. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing your staff. It's no secret that Tyler is my favorite historian of the city. He just knows any question about any year. You can go all the way back to 1960. Tyler will know who requested the money, how it got put in. So thank you so much for your institutional knowledge, because it helps us in our districts to see how things got put in, when they need to be replaced. So first off, I just want to say that, having 91 positions deactivated is good, meaning that this is not affecting your budget. And I think that that's the most that I've heard so far from the department. You guys do have a huge department. I think others could take a page that if they're definitely not using those positions to deactivate it. My next question is about stored property ordinance, of which I brought up with DPR. My question, because this joint effort of DFM, DPR, and HPD, I don't think needs to continue this way. And I'm specifically talking about supposed stored property ordinances, which I would call parks rules enforcement, that happen with your division. Is it possible that you could teach or transfer whatever it is that you guys do so that DPR could handle parks rule enforcement on their own? And what would that look like?
I will respectfully ask Chief Sugihara to respond to this matter.
I would love for him to stand up.
Good afternoon, council members. Tyler Sugihara, Chief of Road Maintenance. So the stored property ordinance that we have been working with involves enforcement utilizing our city ordinances regarding personal property being stored improperly on city property. So we have used that in the parks areas. More often than not, we use it as part of the park closure rules. So we basically are providing not really the stored property ordinance enforcement, but rather the enforcement of park closure rules. And then so our crews, because they are, I guess, experienced with storing, and we do have equipment to store personal property. So we would go to these parks that are under closure and then assist the Parks Department personnel, of course, with HPD support for security. And so we would go there, inform them that the park is closed along with the DPR personnel, and then ask them to leave the park. If they have too much stuff and they cannot take it with them, we would offer to store the property for them for a 45-day period. So that is, in general, the process in the parks. If we have to do a park, a storage or a SPO enforcement during park daylight hours, it's somewhat difficult because we have to wait, you have to give them a notice initially and then come back 24 hours later to administer the enforcement of the improperly stored property. So it does, it's very difficult to do a two-part storage just because the number of enforcements that we're being asked to perform island-wide. So we do have the capability to train parks personnel. I've actually personally done training in the past when we first started the SPO program back 10 or so years ago. And so we could perform that and provide that type of training. I know we work with the Enterprise Services Department for some of their facilities in the past, so that is possible.
So I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I was a representative, Parks was handling this on their own without DFM. So is it true that once upon a time, Parks did do these Parks rule enforcement on their own?
Yes, they can do the parks enforcement. I think the problem has been about the property storage because they don't have a property storage facility. And then there's a process in retrieving the stored property that we've set up through the ACLU lawsuit regarding the time and having a dedicated line available is answered during city work hours.
Would it be possible to do some type of partnership with your department and them to be able to use that storage so that they could also like learn how to do the stored property at the unit that you guys have?
It may be possible, yeah.
And I think, you know, for the ones that I've seen, it's a trash truck, maybe like 4 to 5 DFM guys. It depends. Sometimes it's less, depends on who's available. But it would basically be the equipment to do it, the manpower, which would be dependent on the frequency, right? Would be 3 to 5 workers that would help with it. And then just access, whether through an MOU or MOA to the storage. Are those the 3 components you think they would need to do it?
That and then the training of utilizing the notices, the items that we issue to the persons, and then placing the notices in areas where the personal property was being stored. Sometimes there's, I guess, unattended property, which is typically why we would store something is unattended, so we don't know whose one it is. So we still need to go fill out that paperwork. So it depends on the park personnel available. In the past, we had avoided using UPW workers to issue notices, so it has been at the HGA level.
I see. Yeah, I want to work out these details because for me, it's important that there be one entity in charge of that. And I'm not saying HPD doesn't participate, but the coordination of the 3, the stress that it brings onto your department. And for me, having some parks that have gone years without being addressed, right? Because we have to get to the other park, but a lot of it is because, oh, well, DFM's not available. Oh, DFM can't do this time. And to be honest, this is not like one of the main priorities of your department. So I really feel like if it's in a park, so not on a sidewalk, not by a canal, in a park, that we should be able to do this within park so that we don't have to wait for another entity. Because after a year, however long it takes us to get to address that issue, now we have permanent residents. I can't remove anything because they've been there for so long. I mean, it's impossible for us to really address the safety in our parks if we can't respond to it quicker. And we got to be able to do these in smaller amounts and within one department. So thank you for your answers. I'm going to ask the next question. It might be for you, but do you feel like your department needs more trash trucks? And if so, have you included that in your budget?
For our stored property ordinance, we do have sufficient vehicles, and basically it's to, often when we perform enforcement, we end up with a lot of trash, which is what we clean up on the streets and sidewalk areas. We do also utilize mini trash trucks for our litter can servicing at bus stops. So I believe we should be getting our 5th vehicle. We have 4 crews to perform that in the Honolulu urban area. So unfortunately, these trucks do go down frequently. So perhaps in the future we may be looking, but for now I think we're okay.
Thank you. And it's important to me because another reason why we can't get the SPOs done is because someone's truck is always broken. So we definitely need to make sure we have updated and usable vehicles. The next question I have is, do you only have one long reach excavator to clean streams on the island? You know which excavator I'm talking about.
Yes, we currently have one working one. We have a second one, but then it had severe corrosion, and we have one that's being ordered. So we should have the second one online pretty soon, once we get it from the manufacturer.
Yeah, we're going to need 2 for sure.
Right.
And on that cleaning of the canal, just as a forethought, definitely where we clean Ulehava, your crews are always on like the Nanakuli side, but depending on the current and the time of year, they have to go on the Waianae side of it and actually put sand on the other side, because where they're putting it's coming back in, but it's because the current is coming that way. So our winter currents are different than our summer currents, but just have them alternate, because they always pull out of you guys's what would you call it, your yard across the street. They pull out and they go to the same area and they try to dig and put it, but by continuously putting it there, it keeps going into the mouth of the stream. But we just have to watch the currents.
This is for the Ulehava Canal?
Yes.
Yeah. So in the past, and we'll have to go check on that, but my understanding it was on the Waianae side, there was EV there. And so that's why we weren't placing sand on the Waianae kind of side of the channel.
Yeah, we can touch base on that, because there's 10 homeless tents there. So I don't know how much respect we're doing for the EV by having people live on that side, but I hear what you're saying. My last question is, it did flood again in Kula Aupuni Street for the drainage today. Are you guys actively part of the process for installing it? They did send over all the drawings for the infrastructure.
That would be handled by Department of Design and Construction. And so we will be in discussion. I did take a look at the plans previously when it was originally, the subdivision was proposed. So I'm somewhat familiar with that, but it would be DDC for implementation.
Sorry, Chair, one more question. You have in there's a Kapolei consolidation yard like design that you guys are budgeting for. What are you guys specifically doing in the Kapolei yard?
Director, also, we have the opportunity to respond if you want to get back to us, we can also put it in our communications in the questionnaires.
I would
and
like
get
to
back.
have each of the team members actually come
Okay,
and respond.
great.
So if you can be patient, I will have Chief Primiamano respond. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Robert Primiano. I'm the Division Chief for the Automotive Equipment Service component of DFM. Yes, that project is to complete the construction of the automotive welding shop and body and fender repair shop out in Kapolei. So those two operations are currently in our Halava yard, which will be at some point when the structure is complete, relocated down to the Kapolei yard.
Understood. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by myself.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Aloha, Director Albano. My question is a little bit similar to Councilmember Topos, but I was more of a follow-up of what I asked DPR earlier today regarding working with you guys and making sure that we can have the right equipment and so that they can meet the needs of their department for our parks. So what are your thoughts on that? How can we, and she mentioned working with you, but I want to just get from you guys what you can do to help the Parks Department, whether it's getting the equipment or storing the equipment so that when it's necessary, because right now they're waiting for not just manpower, but also equipment to come in. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we can be more efficient in that, so that we're not just waiting around for something to come in.
Is this specific for SPOS&O?
I don't, sorry, what?
Is it for storage property or?
This is for, well, I'm assuming it's for the machinery that they use to go and, maintain our parks.
We do not have jurisdiction over any of the parks.
Correct.
Yeah.
I was wondering if, I think the question I was asking Director Thielen earlier was if they could work with you guys and making sure that instead of waiting for them, for the parks to come in, they come in and then they can work on storing it with you guys. And then when it's time to go and maintain the parks, they have access to the to the equipment? Is that something that can be done, or is that where you have to keep everything separate?
We'll follow with what Councilmember Tupola had asked us, and we will work with DPR to see how we can come up with a collective approach with that.
Okay. And the second question, I think earlier was just mentioned about not having an inventory of parts. So when something goes down, if there's a truck that goes on from your department, is that correct, where you're waiting for parts to come in? Is there a way to also be more proactive and have not a huge inventory, because I understand that we are limited in storage space, but again, having an inventory on hand so that you're not just waiting for parts to come in, for then the truck to be sitting, waiting to be able to go back out again?
I would take a shot at this. I believe we are strategic with what we have in stock, and when we cannot repair some of the equipment vehicles, it's simply because we don't have those specific materials in stock locally. In many cases, we then have to wait for parts to come in, and we are competing with other municipalities, other countries for specific parts. And so in as much as we would like to try have additional stocks in hand, it is probably not as convenient given budget constraints, storage constraints, and the like.
What would be the main type of part that you guys would be waiting on? I'm not an automotive expert,
Yeah,
but I
I
don't
will
think
have-
they're like the size of a room, are they? So,
I will have Chief Primiano respond.
okay.
Council member, thank you for that question. Yes, we try to predict as much as possible the common parts that fail. So these would be the normal maintenance items such as, brakes and certain engine parts. There are some parts that, even though they commonly fail, they're just very difficult to find. Most of the local dealers here don't have a robust inventory. So we end up having to wait for the item to be located, then ordered, then shipped, and then finally when it gets here, then we can install it. Many of these trucks, you can't find the parts that you need at your local auto parts store. They have to be from a truck parts store, which there aren't as many on the island. So.
I could imagine. So, I mean, that would be, for me, another reason where if you do find it, to not just buy one of them, but to be, you're preparing for when something happens again. Now, I understand, again, we're not trying to hoard and keep things that will become, obsolete or not necessary at some point. But if you're saying that it's hard to find, would it make sense to gather more than one and have a small supply so that we don't have as many vehicles sitting out needing to be repaired while you're waiting for parts?
And that is something that is considered. However, we have a wide range of vehicles and a wide range of model years, and parts don't always interchange. In fact, they're continuously changing. So what may have fit on last year's model won't fit on this year's model. So we do consider that, though. If we see that there's more than one application of that, and it's a common part that we're always having to wait for, we do look at ordering more than one, just one.
Okay, thank you. And I know I asked about equipment for working with DPR. I know with ENV also, they have their large trucks. Is there a way that we can work with them? Because I believe they also have a shortage of supply, or they're constantly working on filling their needs. Is that something that can be worked with DFM, or is that separate also?
We do work closely with ENV, especially on the refuse, both the collection and the disposal vehicles. The challenge is, we don't have the ability to predict what's going to fail. That's number one. And number two, the vehicles, the majority of them, I would say, over 50% of them are past their useful life. And that's a result of manufacturers not being able to produce, the number of trucks that are needed nationwide, for this type of refuse operation. So we're on schedule to receive, I'd say about 23 or 24 trucks by the end of the year. But by then, we'll have, some units that, again, will have reached that end of life, and we do our best to, keep them running.
Thank you. And by the way, I ask these questions because, my team and I are very grateful for all that you guys do. We know you work really hard. And I guess we're trying to figure out how we can help each other across the board in other departments. I'm sorry for turning to you, but I know you guys are working really hard, so thank you. And hopefully we can find continued ways to help each other in the city. Mahalo. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Okimoto. Next, we have Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by myself.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. The first is one that I've asked a few of the other departments. I see on your slides that you anticipate filling 184 out of the 295 vacancies by July 1st. That's 60% of your vacancies. Is that realistic? I don't want to come back and have to ask on July 1st how many you filled.
We are, again, cautiously optimistic. We have made some strides with being able to promote internally that then allows us to hire some of the entry-level positions where the bulk of the vacancies are. And we're making great progress with that regards. Now, I did challenge the team to reach high and really try and achieve that number. And while it is high, we can only do our best to try and achieve that number that we put on.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I wish you luck in that regard, and every department's going to get a letter on July 2nd asking about their progress.
Yeah.
The second one, I wanted to ask about street signs. This is something that as I drive around or take the bus around or walk around in my district, I notice and constituents often will bring to my attention. I understand that you have a little bit of a backlog and maybe a bottleneck in your sign shop. So I wanted to ask, first of all, why there certainly must be some sort of catalog or company that just makes them and we can just buy them from, right? I mean, this must exist. Certainly for the standardized ones, stop signs, yield signs, no parking.
So Tyler Sugihara, Chief of Road Maintenance. So we do have one of the best sign shops in the state. Road Division. We have 3 dedicated sign fabricators currently. There is no bottleneck making signs. We had to unfortunately take a lot of the deactivated positions previously. So we have made great strides in opening that up with council's approval in the past with that 59 release. And so we started reprioritizing our deactivated positions. So I think, we're at a much more manageable deactivated count in our division. And so we are now, I believe, fully staffed at the labor 2, which are the sign installers. And then now we're trying to, as they've gotten experience, is to make those promotions available where they now qualify for the promotional opportunities in that section. So we should be seeing a great improvement in the signs as well as pavement marking section. That's one section. So I think that's also one of the concerns which we've been getting from your district as far as pavement marking. So that we should also be seeing great improvements. The one thing that has been somewhat problematic has been weather. So with the weather, wet weather during the December, January timeframes, we cannot paint. And so we are looking at doing some different things. So we have been working with the 3M Corporation and working with some new paint striping products, as well as some other items as far as bicycle markings, the green paint, the MMA, so to speak, product. So we should be on our way to making some improvements. Hopefully you will be seeing them very soon, but that's the current status.
Okay, good to hear, and thanks for the clarification.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam. Next, we'll have Committee Vice Chair Wire, followed by myself.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And yeah, mahalo to the whole department for all the work you're doing. It's definitely vital to the community and really appreciate it. And I got a lot of calls on the repainting on Kamehameha Highway in Haleiwa Town, so appreciate that. So that was well received by the community. And I know, a lot of the concerns we send over to are just as they come in, and so sometimes I know there are a lot, so appreciate your patience with us as well. But really, I think it's just the community taking pride in everything and wanting it to be the best that it can be. And I know you folks are working super hard to do that. I wanted to just kind of talk through some of the stream maintenance issues that I know we were able to talk about at our meeting. And just wanted to kind of, obviously not too long, Chair, but just kind of better understand how we can serve or support the department in moving us towards increased public safety. And we were kind of brainstorming in our office too. And so I don't know, if, I know maybe there's some issues with, safety concerns maybe on certain properties. So I was wondering if, would it be good to maybe contract someone to serve notice violations, or if there's a need to put in more funding with Corporation Counsel to pursue, all the legal steps, but just wanted to kind of see if there are any ways, and it could be you, Director, Deputy Director, or Chief, but wanted to at least have that conversation in this forum because it's come up with the community. Yeah, and maybe you could, if you want to just walk through some of the issues that come up with stream maintenance enforcement or on private property specifically. And I only bring this up because I know Budget Chair's been here for so many years, and I think when you're on staff probably before, the stream issue came up, and I know that's something that Budget Chair Manahan worked on. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I wanted to just kind of see how we can collaboratively factor this into the budget. And we were just sifting through some of the analysis we got back from OCS before also. But yeah, I'll turn it over, but do you know what I'm talking about?
Citations or notifications to property owners is, I guess, many people are not aware of the stream maintenance ordinance, and that by owning a stream that they are really responsible for the maintenance of that stream. So back probably 12 years ago, we did have a flyer that was produced, and so we are looking at reproducing that flyer, updating it. Some of the ordinance numbers have changed, and so certainly updating all of that and then providing that as like a handout where we can, again, roll out the stream maintenance ordinance requirements and notifying people of their responsibilities. So a lot of people there, if they know that it's their responsibility, they will take care of it. But often they're not aware and they don't read the ordinances, they don't understand, and it sometimes is a very costly type of activity to maintain. So in some cases, they weren't aware when they bought properties that they, I guess, got the stream maintenance along with the nice property that they obtained. So we normally would go through and issue notices to property owners first rather than going the hard route of issuing them a notice of violation right off the bat. And so, but it does take time, and unfortunately we have one engineer to perform all of that island-wide. So who also does a lot of our stream work, the permitting, as well as the notifications to the Corps of Engineers, Department of Health, and then working with Department of Emergency Management. So, we did recently do a reorg to create a design and construction branch within Division of Road Maintenance, and perhaps we're a little short-sighted in not adding a second engineer for assisting, because right now we only have one. So perhaps in the future years, we'll be looking at possibly a future reorg there.
Okay. And again, I'm not putting any requests on you, but it sounds like you're saying, so there's one engineer that's tasked with it now, so there might be questions at some point, not necessarily
performed, then we would need to, increase, I guess, the person being out in the field performing that type of work, yeah. So
appreciate that, because and like you said, I have a lot of empathy for folks who don't know the law, especially Kupuna maybe, that are stretched thin already. And I think that it sounds like you're saying that when you approach most people, that they're open to fixing the situation when they hear about it or they know that they need to. Is
Right.
that your
Often
experience?
it's like a down tree branch or that their tree fell into the canal and they don't know how to go about getting it out or clearing it. And so then would go out there, talk to them, and then mention some means of how they might be able to address it. And so often they can hire a small contractor to go get that done, that work done, understanding that under the law it's their responsibility.
Okay.
So I think one of the things is that flyer that we had previously produced back when Mufi Hanneman was mayor. Maybe we need to relook at that and maybe reissue
Yeah,
a new one.
and we did see that. Thank you for sending that over, and that's really good. And just to emphasize the concern, because I know at least some of the constituents were watching earlier, but I think the issue is just, you have state lands, you have city lands, you have private lands, and when there's different levels of maintenance, it leads to some of the flooding that we see in particular parts of the community. And so I know that's why a lot of folks have engaged on it, and it's just disheartening when there's all this finger pointing too between jurisdictions, right? Mm-hmm. And like obviously some areas you might need, we might need to ask for federal help if there's dredging or certain areas that need different types of work. But just wanted to kind of flesh out a little bit more, because obviously we want to ensure that we contemplate it in the budget since it's a public safety issue. So appreciate all the work you're doing on it so far. Yeah, mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Committee Vice Chair. Next, we have Councilmember Say, and then I'll go last.
So, Madam Chair, you're going to be last. So I wanted to make a plug for.
Oh, okay. You wanna go last, or you wanna do the plug now?
I can do the plug now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Director Albano, you're very blessed and privileged to have a Pololo boy
Yes.
responding
Absolutely.
for you,
Absolutely, sir.
right? But I have 4 questions, which is in the macro. First and foremost, will the department be addressing stormwater utility this upcoming year, 25?
We will be entertaining the stormwater utility rate in coordination with the administration, and we're hopeful that we will start the process to establish a rate.
Okay, great. Mr. Sugihara, how long would it take if I send in a riser today? That's what I want to know when I go to the neighborhood boards.
So we have been, again, Tyler Sugihara, Chief of Road Maintenance. We have been improving on our response rate for replacing faded signs. But again, we do get quite a number of paint and sign work orders from the Department of Transportation Services as well. These are the same staff that perform those new work as well. And so we do program them, and depending which one, if you have a stop sign, it'll be replaced tomorrow. Okay. I mean, we will take that.
But if it's a street sign that you can't even read it.
Street name signs are a little bit lower on the priority. Typically, the stop signs are going to be the number one. Crosswalk signs are very important.
Safety.
That kind of public safety. And then, but of course, we do perform that. The difference with the street name signs is we are now having to change the blanks and use the Okina and include that in the signs. Yeah? So these all need to be fabricated new. And then we have to do some research on some of the signs to make sure they're spelled properly.
So, Mr. Sugihara, the next one was the Pololo residents all asking me, Mr. Anzai and others, hey, you got to do something about your street, your marking. It's hard to see from Wailai Avenue, from 12th Avenue, all the way down to Old Wailai Road.
So the paint striping, we are going to be building up our staff, so as they become trained, we'll be able to respond quicker. At this point, we have been looking at some of the high traffic areas with Department of Transportation Services, and so we will be able to get to it much quicker. I think we have been kind of spending some time on School Street in that area because of the faded crosswalks.
And then I just have one more budgetary question. I've always shared this with this council in regards to how DDC folks transferred how much? 24 million from your operating budget for the Halikuila Cook sinkhole?
Okay, so the Halikuila Cook sinkhole actually was not from our operating budget. It was from capital improvement project, the rehabilitation of streets project.
Oh,
So they
but
utilize that.
see, that's a lump sum
Right.
that was earmarked for other projects.
For resurfacing and rehabbing of city streets. Correct.
That's what I wanted you to share with the members of the council. We had to spend our own money for an error that maybe the state made.
So I think DDC is looking into that, and then there may be some further future discussions regarding the funding with HCDA.
Correct, but it's a little too late, and that's, so I hope you folks understand, council members, this is money that was already earmarked for programs and projects that didn't have to be reallocated to take care of that sinkhole. Then the other one that just came up was a BWS one across the circuit court. I had 3 individuals that called me up to say we couldn't get to the parking structure. And these are the kind of, this is the kind of county monies that we are spending that has been, something I would feel was not properly constructed properly because of why. You would think your board of water supply pipe, it wasn't that caused it, it was something else. And then the other one that I don't see, Director Albano, where is the money? Oh, is it going to be DDC next in regards to Pensacola?
Yes, DDC is scheduled next.
That's Pensacola, right? The other big one.
Yeah,
Our county monies.
the Pensacola, which also I think might have been as a HCDA project, the box cover.
See, that's what I'm saying to the members. We are spending a lot of our county monies on behalf of the state, and we're not getting any reimbursements. Yesterday was fascinating for me when one of the testifiers said, yeah, the state passed all this unfunded mandate that we gotta go do the work. I need you folks at the legislature next week to testify in strong support for more grants and aid to the counties. Thank you very much, Mr. Albano.
Thank you, Council Member Si.
You're welcome. You got my message, bud, right? Loud and clear. Thank you.
Was your message go Pololo or something?
Yes, ma'am. Go Pololo.
Sorry.
Got Tyler and myself.
Well, I know that he doesn't live in my district right now, but he grew up in my district, so I'm going to claim our director. Okay. Okay, first off, so myself, and then we'll go to the next round of questions. Hi, Director Albano. Thank you very much for being here. If there were a few departments who came in the last 2 days that sought to purchase new vehicles for their operations. One in particular was Customer Services Department, and they were able to share the reason why they needed another vehicle, but what they also did share was where they are located, which includes Kupalama and in Kapolei. There's a few, variety of sizes of vehicles and some other departments will need other sizes of vehicles. Right now, there's more sedans versus SUVs and vans. I can't believe I'm even asking about this, but I was just wondering, how does the department or motor pool determine that only sedans will be at a particular city location or motor pool?
We did anticipate this question, and so I will bring up Chief Yaneda to respond.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Richard Yaneda, Chief Public Buildings and Electrical Maintenance. Thank you for the question. And at Kapalama Hale, well, let me just start. Our motor pool basically has 3 locations: Civic Center, Kapolei Hale, and Kapalama Hale. And the number of vehicles really are based on the number of public workers that use the vehicles as well as space. So at Kapalama Hale, we currently have 4 vehicles all sedans. And if the question is, can we get a van or other vehicle there, there's always that option. And they can always get vehicles from the Civic Center motor pool as well. We have a track system that you order or you reserve vehicles. And so you could reserve vehicles from the Civic Center location. You could probably take the Kapalama vehicle to Civic Center, get the van, and then use that vehicle. So there are options, and there are, I guess, alternatives to what we currently have. And we'll definitely be able to work with the different departments as they have different needs.
I very much agree with that. And another agency, and I'm not saying that they need to also use a motor pool, was the prosecuting attorney's office. I know that they need a police grade type of vehicle, but for example, their vehicle, their current vehicle breaks down often. And so my whole thought is if we have other departments continuing to purchase their own vehicles, it's all about the maintenance as well, right? And so I just want to make sure that they're making the right decisions to want to purchase these vehicles, because then they would have to incur the maintenance of it as well. So that's just my main, I mean, I guess it's not a concern. I understand their need. I understand that they are widespread to the different satellite city halls and all, but I thank you for anticipating that question, Director Albano. And I definitely just was curious about that, because is this the start of just all the other departments? What if we as a council want one too? You know, we always have visitors, or I mean, we're all over the place. We have nine districts, and I mean, even though we have 9 districts, so we all also work together and throughout other people's districts as well. So, just wondering, but we utilize motor pool, I promise. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is also, I guess, right next to our current motor pool is the Frank Fosse Municipal Building. So I understand there have been ongoing discussions about the cleaning of the windows of the Frank Fosse Municipal Building, yeah. And so, you know, the structure is weird. I look at it every time, and it's like just the way that it's set up. It's unique, it's age. I don't know if it's historical like this building, but probably not. And as well as because of its design, there are safety concerns for the cleaning process, right? May I ask that you please provide insight into whether the department has the necessary budget allocated for this task, and if there's a projected timeline for the completion of the cleaning services of those windows?
That has been identified as a priority, and we have been working on a solution or possible solutions given the limitation on the structural integrity of the building. And I will have Deputy Director Warren Mamizuka to elaborate further.
Okay, thank you. And Deputy Director Mamizuka, if you could also share about if there's sufficient funds budgeted for the anchoring systems of the to ensure the safety of personnel, your department's personnel that will take up the cleaning of that.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Budget Chair Wire, and Council Vice Chair Kiaina, and the rest of the council members. Thank you. So we're tasked with cleaning the F&B windows, and we're going to try and get it done this year. We have requested funds for that, a little over $300,000. The windows were last cleaned back in 2015. Laws changed on the anchor point. You know, you need a primary and a secondary anchor point. So there isn't sufficient anchor points at FMB. So we are working with DDC. We should be coming out, you know, we're creating a scope of work, and it should be coming out for bid. So we're hoping that we can get everything done by the end of this year, if not sooner. I think the first window washing after the anchor points are installed is going to be a little expensive, because it's been like 9 years, almost 10 years since it has been washed. So Although we wash it, there may be some etching, so we'll just have to wait and see to the end of the year.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, especially the attention to this matter. I know that you're aware that the requests have been made for the cleaning in the most recent months, so that I figured it would be great to bring up during our budget discussions. And also, I was wondering, and this is for transparency, to outline the complexities involved with the process that you just talked about. And you mentioned the expected timeline, but is it true that implementing such anchoring systems would not only address the safety concerns, but also allow for your department or your staff to regularly clean F&B in the future afterwards?
Actually, the window cleaning will be subcontracted out.
Subcontract.
Yeah, we don't have personnel that could actually perform that type of work.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of training as far as being in a bosun chair with fall protection.
Yeah.
So we would prefer to
Makes sense.
subcontract that out. Yes.
Okay, and we see that reflected in your budget for consultant services?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And I know that you said 2015. Thank you for sharing that. And I hope that this will result in more regular cleaning and maintenance of the building. My next question is relating to the different funding for equipment. So I was wondering how DFM determines whether to utilize putting equipment in operating versus the capital improvement projects. We see here in your presentation that in public building and electrical maintenance, we have $569,000 for equipment. In road maintenance, we have $645,000 in equipment, as well as in automotive, we have $124,600 in equipment. Oh my wow, that was so cool.
Yeah, so in essence, it's determined by the value of the vehicle. And if it's 60,000 or more, it then goes to CIP.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It depends on the value of the vehicle or equipment.
Value of the equipment.
Yeah, and if it's 60,000, which is the threshold, it then goes to CIP budget.
So it's per equipment then, 60,000 per equipment.
That is my understanding.
Okay. I see. So, for example, for automotive, there's $124,600 as I mentioned for FY25, and that's an operating, and that's for 2 vehicle lifts. And so that met, I guess, met the 60,000 or under 60,000.
That is
okay.
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for answering that.
You're welcome.
Okay, members, any other questions? Councilmember Say.
So Director Albano, are you in charge of the Noresco project? With public
We are
buildings?
not.
We're not. What department?
DPR has its own ESPC contract with Noresco.
It's just
DDC has one with
DDC.
Johnson Controls.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for the Department of Facility Maintenance? Councilmember Tupola? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you,
It was a
and
great
mahalo
time
again.
hanging out with
Appreciate
you
it.
all. Okay. Great job. Next up, we will have the Department of Design and Construction. And then following Department of Design and Construction, it is Department of Human Resources. Then we will move on to agenda item number 2. No, yeah, he's not leaving. Department item, oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, hold on. Legislative budget review. Hold on. Legislative budget review. Please note that the Department of Design and Construction is Departmental Communication is Departmental Communication 173. Thank you very much. Okay, with us from the administration, we have Director Haku Millis, and we will allow you time to get your presentation up. And also, Director Millis, if you could please, if you call and any of your team members, please have them state their name and position for the record And then when you come back, you have to also state that you're the one talking, okay? Thank you. I'm going to designate Councilmember DeSantos Tam as a member of the Committee on Budget.
Good afternoon, Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Chair, Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, and Council members. I'm Haku Millis, Director for the Department of Design and Construction. Very happy to be here today to present our fiscal year 25 budget. With me is some key leaders for Department of Design and Construction that I'll introduce quickly. From our Civil Division, Tim Charang. From our Mechanical Electrical Division, Alan Lee. From our Facilities Division, Clifford Lau. From our Land Division, Aaron Sakamoto. Our Project Coordination Lead, Sandra Kunioka, who is awesome at her job, and I have a hard time remembering the title. And then our ASO, Natalia Krupchuk. I'll jump right into the presentation to leave plenty of time for questions at the end. So a summary of 25 operating budget, administration 1.5 million, project and construction management 21.7 million, and land services at 3.6 for a total of 28 million. Just as a refresher, our project and construction is made up of our facilities, facilities, civil and mechanical, electrical, as they execute all of the design and construction projects within DDC. Next, please. Fiscal year 25 compared to 24, we are proposing one increase to our full-time employee, a salary increase of 2.8 million or 20%. Current expenses increase 1.1 million or 11%. One equipment purchase and for a total of 28 million or 4.1 million increase at 17.3%. This addition in salaries is attributed to a personal service contract for a civil engineer, collective bargaining increases, and no PVP reduction. Our budget issues total $1 million. In salaries, there's an engineering class incentive that was put in for about $670,000. The PSC that's in there, the personal service contract, is for civil division structural section. That section is in dire need of support. We have aging infrastructure, higher standards with the federal government, and we had just full disclosure, we had the chief of that section relocated to the state, so we do have a vacancy there that we will be backfilling. Next. General and highway funded vacancies. Vacant positions as of February 1st is 57, to be filled by January 1 of this year, 19, with the remaining 38 to be filled before the end of the fiscal year. And that reflects deletion for 37 deactivated positions. So we did hire 7 total from the vacancy report that you guys have all seen. Land Acquisition Officer, Engineering Tech 5, Engineering Tech 1, and our ASO, Natalia, who joined us in February, plus 3 others that have since been hired. Budgeted overtime hours, you can see about 3,000 A lot of it is project and construction management. We need overtime hours for all the construction work that we do. We have emergency projects that come up, night work, weekend work, and our guys that go out to check on bridges when it's raining really hard. Thanks. So on to the CIP. We have one major equipment purchase proposed. It's for a vehicle for our land division. Is to replace a 13-year-old vehicle for our survey crews. And then this is the full list of our CIP for 2025. As you can see, the total up at the top, $214 million. I won't go through every single project, but I'll highlight a few because you're probably curious. The Civic Center Parking Structure Project and the Early Education Center. This is the preschool, basically the preschool relocation from the top of the parking structure over to Mission Memorial and the Municipal Reference Center. We do have construction contract awarding on the parking structure will begin at that time. So looking through this list, kind of grouped general government at the bottom, public facilities, HPD, HFD, flood control, emergency services, other miscellaneous. Highways and streets, rehab of streets is in there, $50 million. I believe Director Morton from DTS pointed out that there is money in there for the Kaka'ako streets. So we'll be working with them on that. Storm drainage, street lighting, and then DPR's projects. I did want to make note to the Waimanalo Beach Park project in here. I think there's some misunderstanding or miscommunication as to how the two projects are separated. There's a pavilion project and then comfort stations. And so both of them are funded, proposed to be funded in the fiscal year 25 budget. And we would have loved to include the comfort stations in the pavilion contract. Unfortunately, the contract for the pavilion was awarded, I believe, in 22. And then we were told that Parks wanted us to fix the comfort stations as well. And unfortunately, it was just too late. The contract had been scoped and awarded, and we were not allowed to go back and change it. So we are moving with the EA and a major SMA to include both the pavilion and the comfort station, so they will be covered. And then we'll go in and build the comfort stations a little bit later. And then enterprise services at the bottom. So that is our presentation. I want to thank you for your time, and I'm very happy to take any questions that you guys have.
Thank you. Members, do we have any questions for the Department of Design and Construction? Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. Welcome. My quick question was on March 5th, the documents for Kula Aupuni drainage was sent over by those who already had done the first set of the part of the infrastructure. Were you able to receive that?
I did. Thank you for the question. So Christopher had sent it over, and he originally when we met, right, he said that he believed the system that was put in was going to be usable for us to just basically connect the outfall.
Yeah.
And in his email, he indicated that it was actually filled in. And so in his email, he indicated that he's going to go back and try to look at the cost for a full replacement. So I'm just waiting for more information from him on that. I have sent the information to our civil team. They are aware of the project, and they're looking at costs as well, so that when it comes in, we can compare. Thank you.
So when you say filled in, you mean they like filled it in with cement?
Basically, yes. So it's not able to be used as installed right now.
How unfortunate.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Director, and thank you for your help on that issue.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Director Millis. My question is kind of similar again to what I've asked other, maybe I asked DLM this, but first of all, I do want to note, thank you so much. I really appreciate you having your vacancies, and it seems like you're working really hard to fill those vacancies. It's good for us. We like seeing that, so thank you. I know in your department, you need a variety of types of, workers to be with you, so thank you for doing that. I was wondering about the the process, and I think I may have asked you this in my office, but when you're acquiring, not acquiring, but when you're working on projects, is there any way that you could help us streamline the process? Right now, I always go back to my Pearl City Fire Station, so it's been years in the making, and for reasons not under our control completely, but what are the steps that before they come to you? It seems like there's a lot of steps before it comes to you. Do you have any suggestions on how we could make the process so that it's not so lengthy and we're not looking at years to be able to have things acquired and then planned, and then finally it gets to you for you to go through the process of designing, and then we have to go through permitting and all that. But is there a way to minimize this process?
Thank you for the question. Right now, we are working with BFS Purchasing to see what can be done about the procurement process. For now, it takes us about 9 months just to bring on a consultant for design. That's partly DDC, partly BFS. But if there's some way that we can shorten that or get creative with master agreements, then when funds become available on July 1 for projects, we would be able to start the design earlier, which kickstart the whole thing rather than, okay, we have funds available. 9 months from now, we'll have a contractor or a consultant start doing the design. And so, we have multiple conversations with them. Purchasing has an extremely large amount of work and are understaffed. We meet with them regularly, but they have an extremely tough job.
Okay, good to know. And we know that Director Tashner, she does have a job that's daunting. I like hearing that you're working with each other. I would like to see, I know that there's all this talk of reorg. I'm not sure if that's going to impact you guys or in any way, but I think from my perspective, it would be nice to see lessening of the overlapping that's, where you guys are doing similar duties. I'm not saying that that's you, but when we talk about how can we minimize things or mitigate the length of projects, I like hearing that you're working with DLM and purchasing. So I look forward to, again, seeing if we could shorten that 9-month period from getting the money to when you can get a contract. Is that something that's feasible?
It's definitely not simple. I'm sorry to interrupt you. And that's why it takes so many meetings and coordination and exploring options. We need to be compliant with the laws and the rules, but hopefully we can find some opportunities where we can streamline the process.
Okay, and I think that would be really helpful. I know, again, to the everyday person, they don't see it, and sometimes we have to come to you guys to explain it, but with duration of things and when things get delayed also comes the increase of cost. And so any way that we can address that is also very helpful. But thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Council Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Thank you, Director. I normally list out all of the mahalos just because it just demonstrates how many of us work with you on a multitude of projects. Greatly appreciate it. Glad that the removal of haiku stairs is moving forward. You guys are helping Kailua Beach Park boat ramp, Pali Golf Course, maintenance facility, and of course, Waimanalo Beach Park. One of the remaining issues that's of critical importance in my district has to do with the rehabilitation of streets project on Kamehameha Highway in Kaneohe. And I guess I'm urging you to prioritize that for any of your projects relating to Kaneohe. I probably get more requests that's between Like and Haiku Road. Do you have any update for me on that?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. And thank you. It's always a pleasure to work with you and other council members to make sure we're getting you guys updates and keeping the community informed. For this project, we are actually scheduled to go out to bid, I believe, in April of this year. I can sympathize because I've driven out there and agree. We look forward to having a smooth road out there soon.
Okay, so it's going out to bid, and then what? Is that 30 days, 60 days after?
So it probably will be another 6 months before construction actually starts. because
okay.
kind of talking about the procurement process, right? It
Okay.
does take time. Even though we go out to bid, we got to give time for the contract.
And I don't know if you heard my comments to DFM with regard to that intersection. They told me that, I think it was May, and there's kind of short-term fixes that could be done, so whatever you could do to help me with Director Kawano, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So Council Vice Chair Kiana already mentioned she was going to knock down Director Kawano's door.
Oh, I didn't hear
Knock
that. I didn't
on.
hear
Okay, fine. Knock on Director Kawano's door. So his door's already open. Okay, all right. Okay, next we have Councilmember Say.
So, Director Millies, on page 4, can you just explain to me salaries dash 40,318 for engineering class incentive? Is that still like a bonus? You see DDC 1802C, administration.
Yes. So you're talking about the engineering class incentive?
Yeah, is that a bonus for the class that comes in, or what is it? No?
Yeah, so administration is going to be proposing raises for the engineering class. I know that they're working very closely with HGEA and will require a supplemental agreement. Nothing has been finalized. I don't have a lot of information to share, but I do know that BFS, DHR is going to be, and administration will be working closely with Budget Chair on this issue.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Maybe the thought that you could consider is what Chair Waters stated along with Chair Cordero. Why don't we pay the college tuition for these incoming engineers, and then they commit themselves for 10 years to the city?
Thank you for the suggestion. So yeah, we're trying to take advantage of Dr. Babcock's experience with UH and work with Brendan Morioka, the Dean of College of Engineering over there. That issue has been brought up. As you can imagine, there's a lot of work that goes into trying to implement something like that. But it is something that we are keeping in mind.
Okay. And
thank you.
I wanted to say thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much for the project in Palolo Valley. The residents are very happy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hi, Director. My question is in relation to the point that in the Department of Human Resources position for vacancies report, which states that DDC currently spends more on utilizing private industry consultants that perform as staff than you do have full-time city employees. Is that true?
You're talking about hiring consultants for design work on construction projects?
It just says private industry consultants. I'm not sure.
Right. So our design is not completed in-house by our own engineers. They work as project managers to oversee the work of the consultants. And so we hire private consultants to do those designs.
What is the increased cost to the city, and would it be just better to have, to try and hire those into your department?
So are you asking about the increase in CIP costs?
No, just for the consultant, the amount you spend for private industry consultants.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So yeah, the money that is assigned to a project in the CIP, depending on the phase of the project, whether it's planning, design, construction, or inspection, that's the funds that we need to use to hire the consultant so that they can get the design done. And then, you guys are probably familiar with our process. We do design in 1 year, and then we plan for construction in the next year or subsequent years. And so that money that's put in the 6-year plan initially for design is what we use to hire the consultants. So unfortunately, I would love for us to have an entire staff of engineers to be able to churn out all of the work. But it's not realistic for us to be able to complete all of that.
I see. I was just wondering if it would just be better to have them hired as city employees and then allow for benefits and, of course, increase your capacity.
Absolutely, that would be ideal. There are some municipalities on the mainland, I'm sure, that are great with that.
Vehicle that's being requested, do you have to go through DFM for maintenance of your vehicles?
Yes, we do.
Okay, got it. I saw when I was asking about other departments and their vehicles that I saw Robert from the automotive division looking at me. Okay, so my next question is relating to, wait, I didn't write it down. Oh, okay. So have you been able to determine about parks projects and DDC and I guess projects that DDC and parks are able to implement? Because I know that it's dependent on the contract, dependent on everything else. Is that all sorted? And how is there like a dollar amount that is decided, or just how do we know what will go to MSS or DPR, another division DPR, or to DDC?
Thank you for the question. So it's very clean cut of what parks will be utilizing from the CIP for their MSS and for their projects. For us, what is laid out in the CIP in this program is for us to execute. And so, I think they're talking about doing like some parking lot repaving projects. I know that's one of them. But they have their MSS arm who's able to utilize those CIP funds for hopefully a lot quicker work, as they don't have to go through the full processes that we do.
So you have to go through the full process from all requests from all agencies?
Yes, unfortunately, we have various client departments listed on the CIP, and every time we need to execute a project for them, it begins with us procuring a consultant to get a design completed so that we can go out to bid. If Parks is able to take advantage of their MSS and utilize CIP funds, that's a lot less of the process. The process is basically being removed for them.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to say this before Council Vice Chair Kia-Ina comes back, but I'm not too happy with the haiku stairs removal, although I know it's in the budget, and I'm good for you that you're going to go out for bid in April. That's fine. But of course, I now have Moanalua Valley, my district, which people now access to reach haiku stairs. So I'm just sharing my thoughts. Okay, next we'll go to Councilmember Say.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay, Director Millis, once more, please explain to us how much are our savings in the area of energy conversion? Because I see in your current expense, wow, we're paying $5.26 million for the lease, but how much are we saving at this point in time? And was it you that made this building cold today so that we have to get out earlier? I'm only kidding.
Thank you for the question. So the energy service performance contract, we're only paying out to the bank and the lease the money that we save. So if that money wasn't going to go to the bank, it would be paid to support the services, the utility services that we need. And so we have been fortunate to increase the scope of that project to reduce energy consumption and utility bills overall. But that money isn't necessarily money that would be in our pockets if we didn't have this program.
That's great. Thank you very much, because yeah, we are saving some monies on our utility side.
Yeah.
The other question that I wanted to pose to you was the fact that this morning we had a great discussion with one of the other departments in regards to...
To elaborate on that, we do have, we're fortunate to have Aaron Sakamoto, who is an appraiser himself, but he's the division chief. We do have one appraiser in the position, but there are different types of appraisal licenses, and the license that is required for the work that DLM is doing is not something that our appraiser has and is able to do. We are able to review, so he does have experience. He can review appraisals that come in, but is not able to conduct them himself.
Okay. I just wanted to say thank you very much once more again, but more importantly, at least explaining to us the process or what it takes for a capital improvement project budget from the first year, if it's on the highlights of DDC, and how long it takes, And that's all it is. Because it makes my job easier when I go back to the neighborhood boards and community to say it's going to take at least 2 to 3 years to get the project done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Say, I think you should have asked DFM if they were icing us out, not DDC. It was DFM, they're icing us out. Okay. And, she's still not here, so I could save you millions of dollars and say to not remove the haiku stairs. Okay, next, I would like to share, Council Chair Waters.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing your team. Hey, I got to talk about the elephant in the room. We got this audit from our auditor, Council Communication 282. And I guess the most relevant thing today for budget purposes, and we probably want to have a hearing on this and allow you to explain your side for a lot of these things, but as it relates to today's discussion, it says, due to department vacancies and increasing retirements in key management positions, CIP projects are backlogged and exceeding project manager capacities. Can you address that concern?
Sure.
Yeah, and you may have already. I'm sorry I wasn't in the room at the time, if it was asked.
No, it hasn't come up yet. Thank you for the question. We have a tremendous amount of vacancies right now. It is very difficult to keep up with the program that we have right now, and we're feeling it right now. Our staff is honestly overassigned. We have tremendous staff. They work very hard, very capable engineers and architects, but we need to get them some help. We have, for example, our drainage section in Civil Division. It should be 6 people. It's 1 right now. It's very difficult to execute projects when 1 person has to take on the load of 6.
So, we give DPP a hard time about trying to get the permits out quicker, and to the director's credit, they've come up with a couple ways to shorten the time. Are you currently, as the director, working on ways to be more efficient using technology in order to try to get these projects done quicker?
Thank you for the question. I think for us, where we feel we get bogged down is in the city processes. And so looking for those opportunities and meeting and discussing with our sister departments is where we can capitalize, and trying to get creative and throw out ideas like, engineer incentive. Those kinds of things can hopefully, give us an opportunity to fill positions, to cut down the processes where it's unnecessary, talking with parks and where they can take on some work for themselves with the MSS, right? It relieves some of the work from our plate, and they can get it done a lot faster. So those kind of things are the conversations that we keep having. We meet regularly with them, and so we're definitely open to suggestions. Technology, it's funny you ask about that. We do have a proposed and requested purchase for a very sophisticated piece of equipment for our survey crew. Because we are understaffed, that should help with the survey times. It'll help avoid, the dangerous situations that they're in, whether on the street, because it takes a lot less time to shoot the data on the street or on the side of a cliff or whatever it is. So those kinds of things we definitely would take advantage of. But, to be honest, $100,000 for a piece of equipment isn't something that we were happy to ask for every year.
Well, if it's going to cut down the time that it takes to get projects done, I think everybody here would be happy to approve that. Okay, technology, hiring. So one of the things we talked to DPP about earlier today was maybe a tuition forgiveness program or loan forgiveness program for engineers at the University of Hawaii. And again, I'm just curious what your thoughts about that, and whether or not someone who's right out of college would qualify for one of these jobs.
Thank you for the question. Councilmember Say did ask a similar question about tuition waiver. We are trying to take advantage of Dr. Babcock's relationship with University of Hawaii. We've met a few times with the College of Engineering Dean Brennan Morioka to talk about options or potential opportunities that I won't get into details about, but it takes a long time to try to get some kind of program like that working. And so I was just talking to Dr. Babcock about that today. You know, we need to set another meeting with Brennan to have those conversations and see how we can take advantage. In terms of, you know, a starting engineer out of college being able to work at DDC, you know, initially we didn't want to downgrade positions. Right now, or before, all of our vacancies were for licensed engineers and architects. They had to be licensed and they had to have at least a year of experience. Over time, I think, you know, we're starting to realize that we have to downgrade positions, and we have to start kind of at the bottom and work our way through, you know, developmental stages so that we can keep our staff in the long term. You mentioned at the beginning in the audit, our aging staff. We worked very hard on succession planning, putting the right people in the right place to eventually become ready. We had some key retirements this past year, and we'll continue to have key retirements. So it's very important for us to focus on development, and it starts with UH.
You know, HR is coming up next, and I intend to ask them what it takes to rewrite these minimum qualifications and also figure out how we can pay your staff more money. You know, I talked about this with the mayor early on, is taking the vacant positions, and since these guys are doing the job of 2 or 3 people, let's pay them for the 2 or 3, the salary equal to that. But have you thought about that? And if so, what are you doing to try to solve that problem?
Thank you for the question. That's something I think about all the time. It's very difficult when we go through rounds, you know, 11, 12 rounds of DHR lists and interviews, and we don't have qualified engineers even applying, and believing that, you know, if we had a little bit more money to bring them in, we would have some options. I won't comment too much on the, you know, the pay and all that. I'll leave that to NOLA. A lot of the details I don't know and haven't been worked out, but I know there is something on the horizon, so we're hopeful.
Okay. Like I said, the audit is pretty scathing, and I don't want to go through it all today, but do you have any general comments about this audit?
I will reserve it for later when we're able to sit down and have a more thorough discussion. We have a lot of thoughts on it. We did provide a very concise summary of response in the back, but I have a lot more information I'd be happy to sit down and share with you as well.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, Director Millis, before you depart and before we let you finish, may we ask that you introduce your staff or your team, your leadership team?
Sure. Why don't you guys come up and say hi real fast for
So,
yourselves.
Councilmember Say, he did already in the beginning, but I would allow it again.
Clifford.
Good afternoon, Council Member. I'm Clifford Law. I'm the Division Chief for the Facilities Division, and we work with all the departments in the city and take care of a lot of different projects. And we're working hard on the haiku stairs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Alan Lee. I'm the program administrator of the Mechanical and Electrical Division. Again, we work with our client agencies, including the Department of Transportation, DPR, and the public safety agencies on various CIP projects, but our primary focus in my division is work that primarily involves mechanical and electrical engineering skills. And then I would like to add and point out that council members say recognize one of the biggest projects that we're currently working on, and that is the Energy Services Performance Contract for the city building facilities. And yes, we are meeting our target goals for that. And again, last April, April 6th in 2023, we did report on the progress of that project in the Public Infrastructure and Technology Division. So thank you very much.
I'm Sandra Kunioka, and I'm with the Program Coordination Branch. Pardon? Oh, I'm with the Program Coordination Branch, and what we do is we track projects. So we're responsible for providing the quarterly reports to you, the bubble reports that we do send out to the council members, and we also coordinate the budget for the department. So that's what my branch does.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Timothy Chuang. I'm the Assistant Chief for the Civil Division. Our Division Chief just retired end of February, so I'm stepping in as a temporary assignment right now. And our division is actually in charge of the horizontal construction, actually dealing with paving, rockfall, bridge rehabs, type of project, and flood controls. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, council members. Aaron Sakamoto with the Land Division. I'm the Chief of Land Division. And Land Division, we're comprised of 3 branches. We have the Appraisal Branch, as Councilmember Say mentioned. We also have the Acquisition Branch, and we have Survey. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Natalia Kravchuk. I am a new administrative service officer for the Department of Design and Construction. I actually transferred from the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services. So I'm new in this role, and I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Hi, Haku Millis, Director for DDC. I just want to thank you for that opportunity to introduce my staff. I'm extremely proud of them and very fortunate to have such an amazing leadership team to lean on. They work tirelessly and, you know, not just with the projects, but in hustling for vacancy. They've done a tremendous job in aggressively taking the list from HR, going out and hiring quickly. You know, not to put other departments down, but we are #1 in getting them in hired. So I'm very fortunate, and thank you.
Thank you. And where's your Deputy Director, Brian Gallagher?
He is off today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, any other last things for DDC? Okay, thank you very much, Director Millis, and to your team.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, we have the department, the last department, before we move on to agenda item number 2, we have Department of Human Resources. The department's departmental communication number is D175, Departmental Communications 175. Okay, with that, oh, okay, wait. Okay, I would like to welcome to the podium Director Miyazaki for our DHR.
Good afternoon. I'm Nola Miyazaki, Director of the Department of Human Resources. Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, Council Chair Waters, Council Vice Chair Kiaina, and members of the Budget Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to present the fiscal year 25 budget for the department. I'd like to introduce our leadership team. I'm very pleased that they are here with me today, and they also do a good job, a wonderful job actually, for DHR administration. Our Assistant Director, Bugs Baguio, our ASO, Corinne Saruda, EO Officer, Denise Tsukuyama, who's online, I believe, and Enterprise Resources and Planning Chief, Renee Cho, our Employee and Personnel Services Division, Jennifer Wu, Industrial Safety and Workers' Compensation Division Chief Jerry Nichols, Labor Relations and Training Chief Sarah Hirakami, and our Classification and Paid Division Chief Denise Miyahara. So the Department of Human Resources is charged with managing the city's talent based on merit principles and generally accepted principles of classification and employment. And included in that mandate is the management of the conduct, movement, and separation of public officers and employees. The department's objectives are to attract, hire, and retain the best qualified civil servants to provide competent and impartial service to the public, and to provide our own employees with opportunities for training and promotion so that they will have rewarding career paths within the city. In addition, the department negotiates and administers 9 collective bargaining agreements covering city employees. We also administer programs in training, safety, workers' compensation, equal employment issues, HR management, technology platform, which covers all employee records. DHR operates 100% on general funds. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 25 is $8,376,690, reflecting an 8.7% overall increase from fiscal year 24. We are requesting an increase of 9.5% in the salary line item in the amount of $677,432. For current expenses, we request a decrease of 1.4% in the amount of $8,447. Next slide, please. The department's operating budget is primarily comprised of salaries, which make up 93% of our total budget. The remaining 7% are primarily examinations, recruitment, training expenses, and projected expense for arbitrations. Salary increases for fiscal year 25 are due to increases required by collective bargaining, a request for 1 new civil service position, and a request for 5.47 FTE contract positions for recruitment and exams, which replace the FRF-funded positions we currently have. This is critical to continue the momentum and work of our hiring initiative. The decrease in current expense is due to division-level adjustments based on prior year lapses. As of February 1, 2024, DHR has 10 vacancies. 9 of those vacancies will be filled by July 1, 2024. 1 vacancy is planned to be filled in fiscal year 25. No vacant positions may be abolished. To provide additional information on this slide, a year ago, DHR had 9 vacancies. Of those vacancies, 1 position has return rights, and 7 of the remaining 8 vacancies had been filled. Over the current fiscal year, the department was given 6 new positions, and we lost a number of employees to retirements and separations. Due to the original 9 and the 6 new and the loss of our employees, we have had a total of 24 vacancies over the past 12 months, and we have filled 14 of those vacancies. So the result is what you're looking at. There's 10 current vacancies with a net gain of 5 new employees. All of the current vacancies are in process of recruitment, except for the 1 position with return rights, which we will fill if we can fill all the other ones. It's just the lower priority right now. All vacancies have been vacant for less than 1.5 years, except for that 1 position with return rights. The current allocation for overtime is $37,000, primarily to staff the large-scale exams such as the fire department recruit, which is scheduled for the coming fiscal year 25. This is an increase of 59.5% in the amount of $22,000 from the prior fiscal year. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Committee Vice, okay. Members, any questions? Okay, Council Chair Waters.
Good evening, Director and administrators. Thank you for being here. So I've asked a bunch of different departments, how do we raise folks' pay? I know through the collective bargaining process, that would be probably the easiest way to do it. But you've heard all the departments, or we've heard all the departments come here, and they can't fill these positions. And I really believe it's probably because of the pay. I'd like to pay you folks more too. I mean, if we think about it from that standpoint, if we start with your department, we learn from that and then move on to the other departments. But how do we raise folks' pay in the city?
Well, we are limited by the collective bargaining agreements. I mean, the bottom line is that the salaries for our civil service, 8,500 or 8,600 of the filled ones are restricted by the collective bargaining agreements. And we have 1,500 classifications in the city.
1,500?
Yes, those are shared. Many of those are shared with other jurisdictions. They're all the classifications are shared by statute with other jurisdictions. So we are not able to unilaterally change any of the classifications or such as the pay. The salaries for the classes are set by collective bargaining every 2 or 3 years. We're going into a collective bargaining negotiation for fiscal year 2026, I believe. So that is one of the limitations of the civil service compensation system. There are everything that we are able to do outside of the salary ranges that are not determined by collective bargaining. We have put as much as we could into place that is, govern things like recruitment incentives, because those are prior to civil service employment. There have been shortage differentials that the state and the city have put into place that allow us to increase the pay for temporarily for shortage critical to fill jobs. We've looked at, we've offered flexible schedules, 410s we've piloted, the hybrid work schedule. We're looking at ways to retain our employees better, but compensation is a major factor, and to the extent that we are somewhat limited in just increasing certain classes and just looking at ones that are short, it's very difficult for us to do that outside the collective bargaining process.
Oh, I should have started with thanking you folks, because once the mayor made it a priority to speed up the hiring process, you folks did it. So thank you. And I'm sure that's helped out a lot. But at the same time, I still want to figure out how to help you folks. What does it take to rewrite a classification and create a different job, right? And I mean, of course, I'm probably oversimplifying it, right? If someone is currently doing the job of 2 people, and we told them, hey, look, we're going to pay you $30,000 more, but you got to do this extra work. I think most people would say, yeah, I'll do it. I mean, is that even possible?
I'm going to ask Denise Miyahara to come up and respond, because I think it's a complex, the answer is fairly complex.
Hi, Denise. Are you with the classification and pay program?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
So good afternoon, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia-Aina, Chair Cordero, and Vice Chair Wire. I'm happy to answer your question, and it is a complicated one to answer. If people are doing more than one job, that's not necessarily from the classification perspective warranting higher level pay. Perhaps that program needs an additional position to assume that role. Where we reclassify jobs is where the work has substantively changed, where the duties are different, where the concepts are different from what was there before. So, we work with departments regularly to assess. And an example I can give you is within the Department of Planning and Permitting, where they had 2 separate classes of work, and I can't remember the exact titles. One was a permits clerk and one was something else, and it wasn't working for them. So we combined it into one series to give them the flexibility of hiring someone at anywhere within these various levels that we created. Someone with no experience, so they could train them up someone with experience, which would give them higher pay and lessen the training requirement. So we do work with departments regularly to try and provide them that flexibility. But as Nola mentioned, within classification and on the pricing side, where the salary range comes in, where we have equal classes, and that's embedded in statute, equal pay for equal work. If we have an equal class, for example, the office assistant in the city and county of Honolulu is equal to the office assistant in the state of Hawaii, to the clerk typist in another jurisdiction, we cannot just reprice or change their salary unilaterally. We would have to work with the other jurisdictions to see if changes in pricing, which is the salary range, can be made amongst all the equal classes of work.
Again, I'm probably oversimplifying it, but if we were to get rid of, say, office assistant, and we create a new job called assistant office worker, right? And then you raise the pay on that. Why can't we do something like that?
We could, but the work, honestly, to increase the pay, the work would have to materially change. And I'm going to guess that within many departments, the general clerical, the answering of phones, the typing of memos, the filing is something that needs to be done. So that work needs to be done by someone. I think what you're talking about is more repricing, leaving the class where it is, but changing that salary range higher. And that's where we are limited because we're equal and everybody knows we're equal. We cannot just go in and say we're going to change them from SR8 to SR10 without a material change in duties. And beyond that, pricing is the alignment of classes within our jurisdiction. So that's how pricing is determined. It's the relationship. So clerks are below, specialized clerks are below supervisors, are below managers. So if we, in this scenario, raise the clerk's pay, essentially we would have to realign the entire BU3 bargaining unit, and all the classes would probably go up.
So what is the lowest pay that a city worker is currently getting? I heard it's could be as low as minimum wage.
I don't have that number in front of me. I don't have my salary schedule with me, unfortunately. I do know that we have classes at SR6. We don't have any employee within that class. I know for certain the OAs start at SR8. I believe that's 39,000 at starting, but I'm not sure.
So we have positions on the books that are SR6, and we have 0 people within that category. So why don't we just get rid of that?
The OA1 was created to allow departments flexibility. So if someone has no experience coming straight out of school, they can hire them and then progress them, as they gain the knowledge and the skills. So there's reasons why it's there.
My understanding is that the departments are using the contract hires to bypass the process that you're talking about.
We do have contract office assistants. I think what the contract offers departments flexibility in is they can hire based on commensurate experience within a range, within the salary range. But, NOLA has worked very hard to provide that flexibility across the board for the bargaining units, where departments have been delegated what we call the recruitment above minimum and the hire above minimum to a certain point in the salary range. So, to incentivize the filling of permanent positions as opposed to contracts.
Hey, let's talk about differential pay for a minute. So if there's a hard-to-fill position, what's the department's philosophy or policy regarding differential pay? Is there a cap on the amount of differential pay, or is it left up to the department heads? And do the people who are currently doing the job get that bump as well? Because it wouldn't be fair if they've been working really hard for years and all of a sudden somebody comes into the city and makes a certain amount over there.
So we have given, certain classes of work like engineers, shortage differential, but that process to determine the appropriateness of giving a shortage differential is done by DHR. We ask the departments to provide a justification, the data, because it has to be data-driven in determining that a shortage does exist. And then, based on that and based on looking at market data in terms of salaries, then we would determine what the appropriate differential is at the entry step. So it's always incentivizing at the entry step and then providing lower differentials as it grows across the salary schedule and maxes out at the max step of the schedule, because we cannot exceed that.
How long does that process take?
It depends. It depends on the veracity of the information provided by the department, but it can be worked on rather quickly and put into place. So we do have classes like the engineers, the inspectors on shortage right now.
Right. So is this done by your area classification and pay program?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any vacancies in your department? I know you have 11 positions. Are you fully staffed?
I am fully staffed as of January. We just brought on a new specialist. So I'm training to, hopefully become fully staffed in that sense. Yes.
That's great. Okay, this is probably better suited for budget and fiscal services, but I'm just looking at the executive summary, and we're carrying over for restricted 13.23% and of the entire budget, and for unrestricted 9.33%, rounded off about 22%. How much of this carryover is based on vacant positions?
Oh, I'm not aware of that number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thanks for your
thank
hard
you.
work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Council Chair Waters. Next, we will have Committee Vice Chair Wire, followed by Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, and followed by Councilmember Toba, and then followed by Councilmember Say. Okay, Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Mahalo, Chair. And thank you, Director, and your team for being here. I just wanted to ask, is there like a reasonable amount of vacancies we can expect to just be the norm in a department? And it may vary by department to department, but I guess in understanding what we're working towards, right? So even nationally, you have like unemployment's always going to be what, a couple percent or whatever we strive for.
Right. I think that there is an optimal amount of vacancies in the city. We need flexibility. We need to have vacant jobs, and every single day we lose people and we hire people. So there's a constant, fluctuating number. But I would guess that if we could cut our vacancies by a half, or get somewhere closer to 10% vacancy, that would probably be, and we won't know until we get there, but we need to get to a level where the departments have operational efficiency and capacity and backup, workforce. So, I'm thinking we were stretched very thin now at the current rate, over a little over 20%. So I'm guessing that we would have to, my goal is that we would cut that in half and get to somewhere closer to 10% and then see how the operations are working.
Okay, and then, you kind of answered this question already, because it sounds like we don't know until we get there, but in terms of as we're looking out and projecting, I'm assuming this is a multi-year process. Can you give us a general idea of how you see things working if it's best case scenario and all the different policies start to work?
I would say, it would take it's not a sprint, it's more like a half marathon.
Yeah.
And so we've been at it for about 2 years, and last year we had a first net positive, 115. I think we'll increase that by 20%, but we're learning a lot, we're changing things, and I think we are getting more momentum. So I think we probably need a couple more years to hit that level, but I'm anticipating that in another year or two, our net positive number will start to increase.
Okay, no, that's good to hear. I wanted to dive a little bit more into the classification discussion, so I'll defer to you on who you want to bring in. But I guess the questions that kind of were coming up were, so the incentives are okay, was it because they're at the beginning of employment, or was it because of the need recognized by the city, or could you share a little bit more about that?
So the shortage table, and Denise can expand further, but the shortage differentials are assigned to across the salary schedule, the schedule for a particular pay at all the levels. And initially, all employees are adjusted according to the shortage, and they keep the shortage pay throughout as long as they're in that position. Where it does help is for entry, people that enter, they're gonna get the rate of the assigned pay plus the shortage differential. So, and it's really just it's a differential that is given because it's a critical to pay, fill higher. We can't fill vacancies, there's a high turnover, there's different factors that are considered.
Okay.
Do you want to expand on that, Denise?
And as she comes up, I'll just ask, because I'm assuming like this isn't something we had to wait on, say, Maui County to also implement, or Big Island.
The shortage differential can be done by jurisdiction. So the state we often adopt what the state puts into place, and we're putting our own shortage policy into place. So there are a number of positions that the state doesn't have that we have that we want to apply shortage differential to. So we would do our own salary study on our own positions.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to you if you want to add.
Shortage, going back to what shortage is, it was a concept that was in a repealed chapter, I can't remember now, 77 within statute. So the enabling language is no longer there. So that's why we have to put it within our own policy to do it. But shortage was always meant to be a temporary fix, not a permanent differential that should go on years and years and years, like how it's actually happened for engineers. The intent is to provide some relief in the interim while you can come up, hopefully, with a permanent plan. And I think some of that was alluded to by other departments with engineers. So it is, like Nola said, structurally, it's to incentivize or increase the salary at the entry step. And then the differentials will be spread across all steps, but tapering down to zero out at the max step. So that's kind of how it's done structurally. And it does apply to all employees, those coming into the shortage class, as well as those already in those shortage classes when new ones are implemented.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And so then when we're talking about how we're limited by the collective bargaining to what other jurisdictions are paying, is that actually a part of the terms of the agreements we have? Or
for the shortage, the compensation adjustments or how it's done is handled via a supplemental agreement to the master agreement. So it is part of the negotiation process as well. Yeah.
And then just to keep going on that, so the actual master agreement though binds us, it gives us not just a floor but also a ceiling.
The master agreement for each bargaining unit or part of the each bargaining unit has its own salary schedules. So that the dollar figures on those schedules are what is negotiated through the collective bargaining process.
And I guess I'm asking because I don't think it'd necessarily be the unions that would be concerned if we're going to pay more, right?
They're not generally, as long as, it's done fairly, equitably, and, for the right reasons. And that's why the data and the request, we analyze those things to make sure that, because part of shortage is there's a certain definition, and it goes back to ERS. And I don't want to get too technical, but it has to be a labor shortage or hard to fill category. And why that is important is for ERS, that differential will be allowed as base compensation or calculation for ERS purposes.
Okay.
So we have to be sure that we meet the criteria and are not going beyond what we can do.
Okay. Outside the the shortage conversation, could we just do our own supplemental to across the board change the salaries for the classifications? I mean, I know that's not the norm,
I'm not sure if that's, I think you're talking for an entire bargaining unit, for example. That I can't speak to the negotiation process for that. I don't know if we could, honestly.
Okay. And I only throw it out there because I I think it's two-part, right? Like we're wanting to play nice with all of the other jurisdictions in the state, right? But then, we're also respecting the agreements we have with labor and the organizations that represent our workers. But I don't know, do we know the vacancy rates in other counties? Like, is it similar to ours or greater?
Anecdotally, we've heard they are experiencing similar. I cannot tell you what the exact rates are. Yeah.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Chair right now. Thank you for all your help.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, followed by Councilmember Toba, followed by Councilmember Say.
Thank you. Director, thank you for meeting with me regarding the budget. In looking at all of the presentations, it seemed that everyone was endeavoring to say how much vacant positions were going to be done by July 1st, 2024, and then filled in 2025. And almost always it says that it's going to in totality. And I don't know historically if that's true or not. Having said that, I think it might be good for you to have a graph with all of the departments and what they said they're going to do and hold them accountable so that when we see next year, apart from your department, you might be able to show us the pattern and we will know if people are being held accountable. So you and I had talked about the Department of Permitting and Planning, and maybe they were the most honest. I don't know, because it says a vacant positions 100 as of February 1st. Their goal is to fill 8 before July 1st, and then 25 for 2025 for fiscal year, right? And that's only 1/3 of, they're the only ones who did this. So a couple of things. No matter how honest they were, perhaps, they need to do better. And in order to do better, they need help. And I don't believe that it should be at the discretion of the departments to say, thank you, we're okay. I don't know. All of the departments are under extreme pressure because you get all our risers and you hear it yourselves. But there is no department that is impacting our citizenry more than the Department of Permitting and Planning, yeah, because of the backlog. So having said that, I think that you guys need to work closer with them and involve the managing director's office to get this done because we want them to succeed. And in order for them to succeed, they need to address this the vacancy rate. Because they have so much kuleana to already take care of. So do you have any comments on how we could do a better job to keep track of all of the departments? And more specifically, do you have any recommendations for the Department of Permitting and Planning?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, I think overall, I think that's a great suggestion. And at the beginning of the fiscal year, since the beginning of the fiscal year, I've worked closely with the Managing Director's office and the Deputy Managing Director specifically to focus on the top 6 departments because they represent about 70% of the vacancies in the city. So we have met with them quarterly. We have, initially set goals and they have tried to, design strategies and try to meet those goals. So they are making a significant effort to fill jobs. The challenge, of course, is that when your staff, in order to double output, sometimes you have to double capacity, and that's just not possible sometimes on the HR level, at the department level. And some of them have large vacancies, 300 or 400, and of course that's probably not realistic, but to even fill a quarter or half of them is possible, and they're moving towards those goals. The other departments we have asked to fill 80% or more of their position vacancies because the smaller departments, of course, it's easier to fill, there's fewer vacancies, and it's easier to fill the jobs. So I do think I take your suggestion to heart. We track the vacancies of the departments. I track them. My deputy assistant director we track them together, and we look at all the metrics every single month. And so we're looking at a lot of different metrics, so that being one of them. And and trying to find my recruitment and exams team works hard. We are in the second quarter, going into the second quarter of a hiring initiative where we asked all the departments to put up their top 20 priorities so that we can prepare and we can sort of guide them and try to leverage some of their shared open positions by facilitating hiring events for them. So those are the kinds of things that we can help with, and they seem to really do boost the numbers. Where the departments struggle is when they hit certain roadblocks. So for example, the end of the calendar year, there's a lot of retirements and a lot of things going on in December, so that number falls dramatically. We have high retirements and low fills. Another is the fourth quarter where there's a lot of contract renewals and the fills kind of fall in the, April, May, June. And we've discussed this and we, are constantly looking for ways, but we do want departments to try to renew contracts ahead of time, not in May or June. But those are the kinds of challenges that departments have, all different, but, some of the similar ones. I do think they've done a very good job. I do think that as we get momentum and we learn more, and the directors learn more and they understand more about the hiring and the process, the HR process, it is improving their hiring rate. And another challenge is we have a lot of new administrative services personnel staffing among the departments, and that is a challenge for all of them because the job is difficult for ASOs, and it takes more than a year or two to really understand the job and to not make errors and to supervise your other staff. So that's another challenge. So as it relates to DPP, we have been asked by the administration to work closely with them, and we have. I don't understand all of those 100 vacancies because some of them are newer positions that have not been created, I believe. But I know they have several reorganizations which we tried to facilitate for them, and those reorganizations have to be completed before, and then the paperwork for the BF-130 has to get in. So there's a multi-step process, and it has to be, when you have several going on at once. And I think they have a lot of other conflicting priorities that have to do with the staffing and prior investigations and trying to speed everything up. So I understand well that, within a department, it's kind of hard to focus on 10 things and make them all priorities. So, but we have been working with them. I think the key is to really kind of get through the reorganization so all the positions can be established and filled.
Okay, got it. I just encourage you to COCOA and as much as you can. The ASOs, that's a very good point that you've made. They're so important, including our ASO. So whatever you could do to kind of like, I'm assuming they have a cadre, they get together to commiserate, learn from each other, and maybe you can provide training from them so that they could be efficient at their job. The only other department I like to, of course, bring up, and we're going to hear from them tomorrow, is HPD with 400 vacancies for the patrol officers. And I'm hope that you're helping them as well.
We work with them as much as we can. They're very independent. So, they have their own recruiting platform. We have NeoGov for the entire city, and they have their own for the police department. And they are extremely good at what they do. They're very knowledgeable. We've sat through many meetings with them, and they are able to analyze and strategically change their approach. It's a tough market for the Metropolitan Police recruits, and that is their challenge. But they are getting ready to roll out some aggressive incentives to make sure that they can retain their police trainees, recruits here, and not lose them to the mainland. So I know that they're doing everything they can. We work more closely with them on the civilian hires, and I think they're doing okay on those as well. But
thank you so much. Thank you guys for all that you do.
Thank you.
Let's see. Councilmember Toba.
Thank you. Director, hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I just have a simple question. Kind of along the lines of Councilmember Wire and Chair Waters. It does sound complex, the whole collective bargaining, coinciding with the state. And then, you sit here and you listen, and I think a lot of people at home, if they're watching on Olelo, can easily say that something's broken, right? So in order for us to fix something, where did we go wrong in this process? Because there's a need right now in the city, and every year since I've been there, this is kind of like the hot topic. Like, how do we get people to come work for the city? So where did we get broken, and why do we have to? Like Councilmember why I was asking, why do we have to follow along the lines when, we are in need of getting people employed? The lowest 39,000 was set, 39,000 as a starting point for any high school student that maybe want to come in and potentially stay in the city for the next 20 years. How come we cannot rapidly do this? So where did this whole thing, you think, I mean, you came in the same time as me. What do you think we went wrong? At what point? And for the audience watching, can we fix what's broken?
That's a difficult question. I think that, and again, there's not a simple answer, but of course, the compensation system that is followed by the city and the state and all the jurisdictions has been in place for decades. And it's embedded in statute.
But you see how that can be, again, we can call it complacency. Like, we can continue to go down that path, keep kicking the can down the road, or we can be aggressive and try to fix that problem.
I think our approach has been to work within the confines and the restrictions to bring some innovative solutions, work with the other jurisdictions, and really tackle the most urgent needs that we have. And that's what we're doing. But it's not a complete solution to the overhauling the entire system, because that is that's at the state level, the legislative level, and it's something that we, while we do submit and support different kinds of legislation relating to, the personnel system, I do think that there's several chapters devoted to personnel management and the merit principle and the collective bargaining that would that all go into this comprehensive structure of compensation. And so when you say it's broken, it's out, probably many parts of it are outdated, and we can change some of them. We just can't change it overnight because it is so complex, and there's so many different parties and different stakeholders, including, other jurisdictions, the state of Hawaii, the bargaining units, and our employees. So it is a very complex and comprehensive system that we alone, the city, probably doesn't have the ability to change very quickly, and it may change over time, but I'm not sure what it would take to do that. But I do think what we are doing, in terms of things like creating new classes of jobs to help bring in people that don't have any experience to the city. So, for example, the OA1, we no longer have clerk typist positions. We've retitled all those. They don't exist in our classification system. They're called office assistant 1, 2, and 3. There's a few left that are still in positions in the departments, and that has to be changed by the departments. But aside from that, we don't have them in our system. But the OA1 was designed to allow a high school graduate with no clerical experience to have a job, and in the mid-30s, and within a year, they can move to a promoted job, and within a year or two, get to 40,000. So we are tasked with creating pathways for our employees. And so it is important. There are some gaps in those pathways, we know, between, bargaining unit 3 and bargaining unit 13, for example, where you need to have a college degree or the equivalent professional. So we know that there are some areas that we can focus on that we probably can resolve on our own. But overall, in the bigger picture, it's going to take the many stakeholders and the state of Hawaii, which has 4 votes to our 1, to help us change, the system.
So is there a way, the body here, I mean, we have Calvin who was in the state for how many years, that we can help move the process along because there is a need. I mean, I don't know about you, but I sit here, sometimes my brain like explode because we're talking about the same thing, year after year after year. So what can we do as a body to help change that process? Because again, it all falls down, you go to neighborhood boards and we give the same excuses. We need no more manpower. We're not hiring people enough. And then you hear reports on the news about vacancies, and it's the same thing over and I'm not blaming you. I know it's not your fault. And as I sit there for the last 4 years, I realize we messed up a lot over the last 20-something years. So how do we fix this, and what can we do as a body to help move the process along? And if we cannot coincide with the state, how about we look at, like, what can we do to move things just in the city alone? I'm pretty sure the mayor and you guys have that same frustration, so what can we do?
I think that there are certain, when departments talk about salaries and people not being paid enough, it really isn't true for every single position, and it's not true for every single class. There's 1,500 classes, 8,600 position descriptions, and we know when something is hard to fill because it's on our list of continuous recruitments, or the departments have given up trying to open the job, and that's why some of the vacancies are so long-standing, because they've just given up. It's hard to fill. They can't find the right people, but they don't want to give up the job because they need the sanitary chemist or whatever they need, So we can, those are a starting point. That's why we focus, we adopted the shortage table for inspectors. We're working on the engineers. We can see fairly clearly where there needs to be work on the different classes, and we have to focus in on those kind of the hardest to fill. And I think that's the approach we have to take, where we can actually make a difference and try to work within the restrictions and the structure that we have currently.
I'm tired of hearing, we're losing good people to the private sector. It's just an easy cop-out if we're not aggressively hiring people. Because I get people tell me, yeah, I put in my application, by the time I get called, somebody else already hired me. So, we can continue to make excuses, or we can really get serious and try to see as a body what we can do to help move the process along.
And council member, I think the speed to the market in this kind of market is critical. Yeah. We've proven it to ourselves. We have held a couple hiring events for departments, and when we manage the pool of applicants and they contact my recruiters, they can see that every week that goes by, 2 people drop out. So you may have, 60% respond for interviews, and every week 2 or 3 people drop out. If you go more than a month, the 5th or 6th week, you have 4 people get jobs. So we have to be more competitive with the private sector on the timing, and that's what we're trying to do too, because that will give us better applicants when they see that we're hiring in a shorter time. It's more predictable, and also, we're competing. We can offer jobs at the same rate that other people can, and that will help us.
No, I appreciate what you guys do. I know the climate has changed. We heard that from the prosecutor, and how, really, the thinking of working hard. I think, there's a breakdown, and there's, we are living in challenging times, and I understand that, and I appreciate what you're doing, and I just hope we can find a way to move the process along so that we can stop doing this repetitive, conversation. Okay, thank you.
We're working on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Say, followed by Council Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Madam Chair, I'm taking a different tack in thanking the director and the deputy director for a job well done. I think for all of us, we forget when we came on board 4 years ago, COVID. Everybody was asked to hold the line, no hiring, and people retiring. From there on, I think the past 2 years we've done an excellent job. I'm very proud of this budget that is before us, because the first year of our budget, it was never developed by the administration. The second year, we were still in COVID, And last year now, we are moving towards post-COVID. It's very difficult because, my first year as a budget chair, I brought up the issue and I told director of how I felt about Chapter 76 and 77, our civil service laws. I even talked about Chapter 89, which is our collective bargaining law, because the members do not know that the counties have 4 votes also, and the governor has 4. So whatever is decided, one of the mayors have to leave to join the governor to ratify a particular contract. But that's not what I'm trying to get at today. My point is that people do not understand, too, a country that I love so dearly, which is America, we as a generation are phasing ourselves out. And the upcoming generation, the X and Ys, are not picking up these type of jobs also. When I first graduated from college, I couldn't even get into a teaching career because there was a surplus of teachers. And today we have a shortage. All of these things, I think we as a council should be made aware of. Augie, if you want to address, these particular issues, you've got to go to the legislature. I've tried my best as a former member with the reforms of OPEB and seeing how we could try to balance the budget in regards to employers' contribution and employees' contribution. That's just a small part. Other issues that we had tried to address was creating a class of individuals competing with state employees. Individuals who are state employees forming their own to see what we could get as far as the productivity. But in closing, just keep up the good work. DPP, I can recall, the reason why nobody wanted to work was because of what had happened on the illegal, unethical things, and how people were afraid that, I got to watch my back and so on. That's the kind of stuff that stymied the growth of this county. HPD, as an example, I'm in strong support of, to some degree, of body camera, but it curtails the flexibility of our officers too, that everything is recorded once an incident has been occurred. And that's the kind of stuff I see that contributes to why I said earlier today and yesterday about, I feel really sad for Hawaii because we are becoming a society that is lawless, no respect for the law. And what can I say? But I apologize because, Calvin, you were here how long and you didn't do anything? And I'm saying to myself, I thought I did, and I thought I left this place in a better position when I first came in. So that's the way I look at things at this point, and I just wanted to say thank you very much for the work that you folks are doing. So in today's discussion, at least the members now know about civil service laws. Chapter 76, 77 is all state laws, which ties our hands. Chapter 89 is also the same thing. It ties the county's hands. So in closing, this was a great discussion to have. It is. Openness, transparency, and just being honest with oneself. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Appreciate your support.
Thank you very much. In that same grain of thought, I wanted to actually bring up regarding, I guess, other positions that we've also contracted out. I don't know if you heard my question to the DDC director about how they had industry consultants that they spend more money on than they do actual employees for certain divisions, right? And I know that also that we are able, the city has the ability to privatize civil service functions by contracting a third party, right?
I believe that's not exactly true. The privatization laws prohibit us from using outside third parties for work that is historically and customarily done by civil service. There are a couple of exemptions, but generally that is the general rule. And so I'm not sure the circumstances of the contract that the DDC director was referring to, but generally they have to perform work that is not historically or customarily done by the civil service employees.
Okay, let me try find it. One moment, yeah? Okay, oh wait. Okay, I think I'm finding it. Okay, so I asked about in actually your department's position vacancies report. It states that DDC currently spends more on utilizing private industry consultants than on who perform as staff than full-time city employees.
Again, I'm not really sure what the consultants do, and if it's the equivalent work or if it's slightly different work that.
That's true, I don't know either.
Yeah, so it might be that they're consultants, so they're not
Yeah.
actually doing the work perhaps, but they're doing certain work that is not performed, that can't be done by his existing staff.
That's a good point, that's a good point. I had a follow-up question to something that Councilmember Say brought up, but I didn't write it down. If I remember it, I will let you know. Hopefully,
Please
when I
do.
rewatch all the hearings, I'll remember that. But yeah, I mean, we really should just make it known that the city's hiring. I know that in addition to Councilmember Tolba, we of course do hear people who do apply for DPR and everything, and it just really takes a while for them to hear back and just provide all the materials needed. And I know that all the efforts and all the job fair information, they're everywhere. You know, they were in AIA, they were in Mililani, they were in Nanakuli, they were everywhere. So there are other people other agencies that want to say, we want to hire them on the spot right there. And how come some other agencies aren't able to do that?
Are you talking about agencies in the
Here,
city?
in the
or-
city, yes.
I'm not sure that anyone can actually hire someone on the spot without going through at least a certain amount of the interview process and the application to the city.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to find out which agency said that yesterday, but I can find out and and let you know.
Okay, thank
you. But I remember one of the departments saying that, like, you know, when we're at a job fair, we want to be able to be like, we want you. And so I don't know if we can even get to that point. All the requirements, even just documentation that is needed. I think if we could find a way to streamline all of that. Members, any other questions?
Sorry. Budget Chair, we are working on an expedited process for facilitating hiring, events. And so I think that kind of combines what you're alluding to, where we can prepare ahead of time and make offers and very quickly.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions? Council Chair Waters.
Just one follow-up question. What role, if any, do you believe your department should play in assessing and determining positions that the administration and the council should consider deleting?
Abolishment? I honestly think that's a department function, and the reason I say that is because it needs to be driven by operations. And I wouldn't want to say to a director, you don't need a particular series of workers when I'm not intimately familiar with the operations and what their needs are and what can be replaced with other employees or overtime or something like that. So I think it would be very difficult for me to make that determination. And that's why, I think by charter, it is the mayor's determination and the budget director, but it has to be a request from the department.
Okay, because we've asked each department and they're saying, don't delete any of them. Right? So it makes our job a little bit harder if nobody in the city is making that determination.
I think the deactivation of positions is a smart approach for, and I know the Budget and Fiscal Services has worked with the departments to deactivate positions that they know they can't fill in the near term, because they can reactivate those positions when they are ready to fill them and when they, not that they don't need them, but that, if you have a couple hundred positions, you might not be able to fill all of them in the current fiscal year.
I mean, just looking at the SR6 positions, right? I mean, we don't have anyone in those jobs.
I don't know that we have any positions at our SR6. Do we have, or do we not have vacancies?
They're all vacant.
Oh, okay. Are they all vacant or they're all filled? No, I believe they're all filled. Oh, yeah, most of them are filled.
The SR6s? I thought a few minutes ago we
Yeah,
were
the
told
the
that,
messenger class.
and these are folks making like 38,000 a year or less than that,
Probably less, but would be the starting salary. So, you know, with the across the boards and the step movements, you would only be at that, you know, entry level for a short time.
So wait, the SR6s are filled?
Well, I believe that if there are vacancies, I have I just looked at the vacancy list this afternoon before I came here. I didn't see any, but it might be that they're vacant and they're not open. But I don't think we have a lot of vacancies at the OA3 level because they require 2 or 3 years of experience. But the entry-level jobs are actually a little bit easier to fill. They don't require any experience, even though the pay is a little bit lower.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council Chair. Members, any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Director. Of course, you remember all the questions that we provided you last year, so I look forward to any departmental follow-up questions after these budget briefings.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you to your team. Members, we already did testimony in the very beginning. Oh, wow, that was our last department. I almost said the next department. Okay, so members, I have a poll. Oh, well, hold on. Wait. I had a request from Esther. Okay. Okay. That's all. You're not on record on that. Okay. No, only my mic is hot. Okay. I guess if the members, do you all want to keep going? Councilmember Tabola? Take a 15-minute break?
Yeah, can we take a short break?
How about 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. I'll call a recess, and we'll come back at 6. I'll just say 6:20. I kind of think. Will the Committee on Budget please come back to order? It is 6:22 p.m. and we are now on agenda item number 2, which is the legislative budget review. You will be able to see these documents on Council Communication 44. Before we move forward, I would like to proceed with remote testifiers. We have one registered remote testifier. We have Angela Young.
Testifier is not logged on.
Seeing none, okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify online? If you are on your phone, please press *6 to raise your hand. Or *9. I don't know what it is. *9 and then *6. Okay, seeing none, members, we will now proceed with in-person testimony. We don't have any registered in-person testifiers, but is there anyone else in person who wishes to testify? Seeing none, okay, members, we are now move on to the legislative budget review. We will go in the order of the legislative branch overview by Council Chair Waters, the City Council overview by Kenny Amazaki, the Office of Council Services by Winton Park, the Office of the City Clerk by Glenn Takahashi, and the Office of the City Auditor by Arushi Kumar. With that, we will now move forward to the legislative branch overview by Council Chair Tommy Waters.
Thank you so much. Aloha, and members, thank you so much for staying. I know it's late. As you mentioned, I'm going to be doing the legislative overview. Kenny Amazaki is going to do the City Council's overview. Winton Park, the Office of Council Services, Glenn Takahashi, Office of City Clerk, and Arushi Kumar, Office of City Auditor, and then we'll take questions at the end. The legislative branch budget appropriation request is $28,910,674. The request reflects an increase of $3,068,900, or 11.9% from the current fiscal year, FY 2024. Basically, members, the increase is mostly because of this is an election year. As you know, the Office of Election hires election workers and there's equipment that needs to be purchased. In addition, this year we're standing up a charter commission. So I'm asking for 3 new positions to help with the Charter Commission, as well as a 4% increase for exempt employees. Positions. Next page. We have FTE of 160 positions, an increase of 3 positions from FY 2024. And again, those 3 positions are to stand up the Charter Commission. Salaries. $13,555,652, an increase of $975,652, or 7.8% over FY 2024. It also reflects a 4% salary adjustment for exempt branch personnel. Next slide, current expenses. Current expenses are $15,355,022, an increase of $2,093,228, or a 15.8% increase over FY 2024. Current expenses, as you know, includes provisional activities. Next slide. Provisional activities are health, retirement, unemployment, vacation pay, and FICA costs for branch personnel. That would be $7,374,490, an increase of $550,108, or an 8.1% increase from FY 2024. The next page has agency highlights, which we can read on our own. That's the overview for the entire legislative budget, and now I'd like to turn it over to Kenny Amazaki.
Good evening, Budget Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Budget Chair, Kenny Yamazaki, your ASO, to go over the City Council's overview. The Council's budget appropriation request is $9,740,496. The request reflects an increase of 7.9% from our current fiscal year. Positions, we increasing our positions by 3 positions for an FTE of 74 from FY24, and those are the 3 positions that the chair talked about for the Charter Commission. Salaries, our request is for $6,711,663 for fiscal year 25. This reflects an increase of 9.3% from FY24. Included in the salaries is the 3 FTE positions for the Charter Commission. Also included is salary adjustments of up to 4% for all exempt personnel. Our current expenses, our request this year is $3,028,833 for FY25. This is an increase of $140,000 or 4.8% from FY24. And the increased expenses includes an allotment for the Charter Commission, current expense allotment for the Charter Commission, as well as our current expenses. I'll be followed by Director Winton Park.
Good morning, chairs, members. Winton Park from the Office of Council Services. I also have several members of my staff here, Gavin Kennedy, Sharon Brooks, Jana Pitcher, and Lloyd Yoshioka. For our presentation, basically, our total request is for $3,266,968. It's an increase of approximately $152,000 from last year, which reflects a request for 4% adjustment for non-exempt employees. Our expenses would stay fixed at $336,500, and our position count would stay fixed at 30.
Good evening, Budget Chair Cordero and members of the council. Glenn Takahashi with the Office of the City Clerk. Joining me tonight, I have our Departmental Staff Assistant Chad Kadota and our Elections Administrator Rex Quidilla to answer any fastball pitches that you might throw my way that I'm unable to hit. Our budget request for the office this year is $6.422 million. Which includes $2.548 million in salaries and $3.873 million in current expenses. This budget request reflects increases over the previous fiscal year's budget due to the election mission that we will carry out later on in this year. The notable items in our request are items such as payment to the state for the voting system, our share of the voting system, temporary election staffing, which is a large cost item, a voter information media campaign to promote election integrity and the confidence in mail voting, and items such as HPD, special duty security for both your meetings and on the final day of voting on each election.
I do want to highlight, if you looked at some of the graphs representing our budget, there is a little bit of a spike this year, and that is attributable to, among other things, the state of Hawaii changed the timing at which we're required to pay them for our share of the election costs. Over the years, we've tried to flatten out our budgets from election year to non-election year, but this upcoming fiscal year, they're going to require that we settle all debts after the elections are done, which necessitated making a request of $1.22 million for our share of the payment of the voting system, which would typically spread across 2 different fiscal years. So what's happening this year is we are lapsing half of that money on June 30th, and asking for it to be reappropriated in its entirety in this upcoming budget. So you will again start to see a lot more fluctuation in our election year budgets and our non-election year budgets for better or worse, I should say. Some of the other things that drive our request for increases are things like an increase in minimum wage. As you know, on January 1st, it went up from $12 an hour to $14 an hour, which necessitated us keeping a little bit above that and increasing the wages that we pay to our temporary hires for the election. And that goes up like from $15 to $17 just to stay competitive and be able to bring in the quality of employees that we need. Other than that, that kind of summarizes what we have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Good evening, Budget Chair Cordero, Committee Vice Chair Wire, Vice Chair Kia Aina, Arushi Kumar, City Auditor. I joke every year you save the best for last, but I know that's not true this year. I'll keep it short. I want to take a moment to thank my Deputy City Auditor here today, Troy Shimasaki, as well as our Administrative Services Officer who keeps our office running, Cyrus Godilla. She's joining us virtually today. The FY25 budget for the Office of the City Auditor is a 4.88% increase from FY24, so just under $100,000. That brings us to a total of $2.106 million. Our expenses can be divided pretty evenly cleanly into 3 buckets. We have staff salaries, office administration, and the financial audit services contract. For salaries, we have 13 FTE, no change. We are currently fully staffed, and that is the biggest piece of our budget. The people are our greatest resource. And the remaining buckets are administration and financial audit, which make up the current expenses. There's no change to our financial audit contract amount. We're going to be beginning a new 5-year contract on July 1st after going through RFP process last year. And then for administration, we have a $19,000 increase. This total includes the increase in our office lease as well as funding for our required triennial peer review. In order to ensure that we are adhering to government auditing standards, we undergo a review from peer audit shops every 3 years. So our last review was fiscal year 22, and we will need funding for fiscal year 25, but then we won't be requesting this amount in 26 and 27. Upon completion of the peer review, the City Council will receive notice of the outcome. I'm proud to say that the last peer review we received a rating of pass, which means that our internal system was designed suitably. And looking forward to the next one. Happy to take questions.
That concludes our overview. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you very much. And just a comment, I did have you first, Auditor Kumar, in my agenda, but not your agenda. Okay, and the members, does anyone have any questions for the legislative branch? Okay, please make sure to call up the respective person you would like to ask questions to.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair. For the City Council, on the increase for the 3 positions for the Charter Commission, is that going to be temporary? How many years is that?
So we typically will fund about 2 years.
Okay, then the FTEs will revert back, yeah? Unless there's other.
That is correct.
Other needs. Okay, I just trying to better understand that.
No problem.
And then that would be 3 staff, right? And how many commissioners again?
We have 13 commissioners.
And then how many does the mayor choose and how many does the city council choose?
We choose 6. The mayor chooses 6, and then 1 both choose.
1 what?
1 you guys both collaborate and choose.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to better understand what this is all about. Thank you.
Anyone, any other agency? Council Vice Chair, any other agency you want to call on? Okay. Any members, any other questions? Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask the auditor real quick. Have there been any conversation about putting you in office space where you don't have to pay?
Yeah, we have had that discussion both with Chair Waters and at Kapolei Hale as well. Our current lease is through, I believe, the end of 2027. And so we actually received an email from the Deputy Managing Director asking if we wanted space in Kapolei Hale. But we're going to wait until the end of our lease here and remain open to that conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions for any other agency?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. Any other questions? Okay, Chair has a few questions. Auditor Kumar, do you pay a common area maintenance fee?
I don't believe so. Oh, we do? Oh, yes, we do.
How much is that? I would like to compare it with the prosecuting attorney's office, that's why. Because it is gnarly how much they pay.
I don't have that number off right here, but I can email that to you right after.
Okay, no, we're going to send all the departments or agencies budget questions, briefing questions, or post-budget briefing questions. If you could please respond promptly. Thank you. My next question that I'll be asking, are there vacancies in your agency and how are you working to fill it?
We are fully staffed.
Fully staffed. Okay, and how do you allow, what is your allowance for overtime and budget for overtime hours? And what is the source of funding for all overtime appropriations for your agency?
We don't allow overtime.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my next question is for Office of Council Services. Hi, Director Park. Are there vacancies in your agency?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Are there vacancies in your agency?
There are currently, I believe, 6 vacancies in our office.
And what positions are they?
I think we have 2 attorneys, 2 admin, and 2 analyst positions vacant.
Oh, shoot. 2 analysts, 2 attorneys, and 2 admin. Is that correct?
2 attorneys, 2 analysts, and 2 or 3 admin positions.
Okay. Hopefully they all weren't like a pair, you know, like working like on the same things. But do you have an expectation to fill them by July 1 of this, July 1 by the new fiscal year?
We certainly like to try to fill position. We have been, since we've come on board in December, we've been discussing how best to fill them and where we can find good candidates. We have been kind of really selective, and we've been lucky to have really talented staff, and we're trying to figure out what subject matter areas particularly we could use expertise in. And we have been a little bit slow in that just because we've just come on board, and part of it is our learning curve more than anything else that's slowing down the process and filling them.
Okay, are there any vacant positions out of the 2 analysts, 2 admin, 2 attorneys that you're looking to abolish, or any other positions that you're looking to abolish?
I don't think we're planning to abolish any. If possible, we could use the staffing at all levels of our office. We're pretty at full capacity as far as work-wise for our people in the office, or, you know, like times like right now where there's rushes coming in for deadlines, we're really at full capacity or over capacity.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Next is my question that I've also asked the other departments for the city administration is in relation to overtime. Would you please be able to share how you budget for overtime hours and how you're budgeting for it in the fiscal year 25 budget?
We don't have overtime. We're all exempt. Yeah.
Thank you. And with that, that's it. My question is next for, we have our city clerk, Takahashi. Same line of questioning. What is your current number of vacant positions and how many do you expect to fill by July 1?
Sure. So our position count is 43, right? We have, I believe, 4 vacancies within our council assistance section and 1 professional level vacancy, I believe, in our elections division. I'm excluding some of the seasonal contractors that we use in elections because that is an ongoing type of recruitment. We'll probably fill that over the next several months. I hope of the 4 in the council assistance area, I hope to fill at least 2 of them by the turn of the fiscal year.
Okay. And are there any vacant positions that you're looking to abolish?
Right now, no, we haven't aren't looking to abolish any of the vacancies.
As for overtime, and I once again made this request to all the departments for the city administration, so I'm asking the legislative branch, how do you budget for your overtime hours?
Yeah.
And is it in your fiscal year 25 budget?
Yeah, I mean, our budgeting is fairly simple when it comes to overtime because we can predict which days we typically will have to go overtime. Usually it's the days that you are finalizing your agendas and things. So that's pretty easily quantifiable. The more difficult side is the election operation because there are a lot of some unknowns that are more difficult to plan for. I believe in past years, we've done roughly $40,000 in overtime per election. But again, it really depends on the workload, how many ballot returns come back and some of those things. Yeah, as you know, election days are a Saturday and a Tuesday, which is a state holiday. So those days are like entirely on overtime, but we can quantify those types of things.
We've noticed through the different agencies in the city administration that they do it by a dollar amount. Is the city clerks doing it by day, by dollar amount, by hours?
Yeah, I mean, we for lack of a better word, we try to predict how many staff that we will need at certain points of time. So if like I said, on election days, we know that might be a full day of overtime. So if we are operating with 70 temps staff and the entire complement of 10 on election staff, that kind of stuff is calculatable based upon the salary range and the number of hours. So we're pretty tight in that sense, but that's so that's kind of the exercise that we go through.
Okay, sounds good. And I see them often when we start elections, when they're trained and when they're standing out there, they're very nice. And I get asked to vote, like if I voted like 5 times a day whenever we're here, so it's really funny. Okay, so my next question is, for the media campaign that you budget for in the city clerks, why can't we just have the State Office of Elections take care of that? Like, we already have a share that we give to the State Office of Elections. They're like milking us.
In the maybe I wouldn't characterize it that way, but they take care of general election messaging, date, time, place, hours, type things like that. This is the first year that we're actually really trying to do a more extensive media campaign based upon the messages that we want to get out. And I think given that the state does that type of basic public information, we wanted to get out some messaging some specific messaging along the lines of to promote voter confidence in the election scheme that we have. You know, there are a lot of messaging out there that are spreading certain misinformation, disinformation out there, and I think we need to put forth a concerted effort to really put out our messaging. You know, one of the things that we see and we want to concentrate on is telling voters, you know, you don't have to wait until the last day to actually vote. In fact, the vote by mail system is very secure and we recommend you doing that. And so we want to put out those types of city-specific messaging to see if it has any type of impact. Look, I won't beat around the bush. We will still see lines on election day because there's a certain persons that just don't tune in until that morning, right? And they suddenly say, oh yeah, I forgot to go and vote. So we will see lines, but we hope to at least impact some of the public and say, hey, if you come the day before, it's a 10-minute process through our line, but if you come on the last day, you might be standing for a little bit. So that's the kind of messaging I think we want to get out there. And again, promoting the idea that your elections are secure, the vote by mail process is secure, and that is the policy that our Hawaii has. They want to encourage that as the primary means for voting. So, yeah.
Okay, understood. Thank you. One moment. Okay, thank you. All right, I guess it's gonna be hard. Thank you. I'll ask Kenny questions, but I think it's hard for each individual office. But I guess I'll ask for the city council, excluding each individual. Oh, okay.
Sorry, Chair, can I
Yeah.
correct
Oh,
myself
sorry. Okay,
real
but
quickly?
Director Park.
Regarding the vacancies in our office for attorneys, in our transitioning the directors and deputy director, we were able to retain Lloyd Yoshioka and Jim Williston on our staff, and so that we feel we're able to retain them as senior attorneys in our office, so we don't have vacancies for attorneys.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Park. Okay, so Kenny, I was just wondering about the excluding all the individual council member staff, unless I go line by line by line and ask each council member how many vacancies they have. But in the legislative branch, excluding the 9 council member staff, how many vacancies do we have in the city council?
4.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear.
4.
4, okay. And do we expect to fill them by July 1?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of.
Are we going to abolish those positions?
No, we're not.
How come? If we're not going to fill them and we're not going to make an effort to, why can't we get rid of them?
I'm being told that we're in the process of filling them. Excuse me.
Oh, okay, we are in the process of filling them. Okay.
Yeah, we're always looking to fill them. I don't know whether or not there's anybody lined up to take those positions, but we're always looking to fill them.
Okay, understood. I'm not going to ask about overtime. I already know. Okay, thank you. We don't have overtime. Okay, members, any other questions? Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Mahalo, Chair. I wanted to just ask our clerk real quickly, and I think it came up last year, so I think it's just more in anticipation. If there were any plans to alter like the days or the voting times, like I know, for example, Waihua District Park was open prior to but not on day of, and so like some folks are concerned about that because there's only Honolulu Hale and Kapolei Hale. Understanding, of course, like the goal is to tell everyone to vote before, right? That's why we mail in.
Yeah, no, at this point, our plan right now is to continue that operational model, starting off in Kaneohe District Park, running for, I believe, 5 days, and then switching over to Central and running for 5 days. What we do with the staff and the equipment is we collapse back into the 2 hales and staff that up in anticipation of a larger crowd. So we actually do use those staff persons back where the need is, I guess, greatest, if you will. There we have a certain apprehension about, I guess, having too distributed a footprint on the final day. And for that reason, we want to, again, encourage people to not wait to the last day because there's a market difference in the amount served. And it literally may go from serving 400 people the day before to 3,000 people at each of the sites. And so, yeah.
But then folks can still use the drop boxes the day of.
Yes, the drop boxes, there will be 17 drop boxes across the island and those boxes will be, again, operational all day between up until 7 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know you said Central Oahu. Is it the same location as?
Yeah, we're looking at the Waiwa District Park.
Okay, perfect. Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Say.
Yes, Mr. Takahashi, did you folks ever do a forecast as far as what you think the voter turnout is going to be as a presidential race?
You know, this will be the first presidential, well, only the second presidential election that we're conducting in this vote by mail format, right? And as you know, 4 years ago, we were right in the middle of COVID. And so some of those, we don't really know what to expect. 4 years ago, the presidential election, there were, I believe, 380,000 persons that voted on Oahu. That's a record high. That's like 80,000 more than the next high level mark. As far as this year, well, gosh, you know, your guess is as good as mine. I guess it would be somewhere north of 300,000, but I'm not so certain if we'll get up to the 380,000 votes by mail again.
No, I was just trying to extrapolate. Let's say, for example, if you say 300,000 and I say 400,000, right? Total.
Should we start a pool?
Not a pool. The idea is that the last day of voting, that's the key. I don't want you to get criticized.
Yeah, we're
for
going to
the
get
long line.
criticized anyway. Look, the last day that is the most visible day, right? That represents roughly 3% of the entire votes cast in that particular election. Now, presidential elections, like I said, may drive that number. We're not certain, and hence the messaging campaign that we want to get out, right?
Yeah. Okay, and one final thought, yeah? Be the protector of your chief elections officer, Mr. Lago. Thank you.
Wait, what? Okay, all right. Any other questions? Okay, our chair has a few questions. Speaking of milking, Mr. Amazaki, speaking of milking, I believe that the city administration is milking us for our NACO and our NLC memberships. Have we ever asked them to share the cost of the memberships or subscriptions, or not subscriptions, I'm sorry, memberships?
I think the membership and subscription costs did come up several years ago, but you know, the conversation stemmed around who could attend and whether or not, you know, the legislative branch could participate. And I think at that time we decided that we would start to fund them, because I think there was some you know, some of the council members that wanted to participate, and so that's why we funded them back then, and we just continue to fund the subscriptions for those organizations.
So we've never asked them to share the costs, in the cost?
It came up last year. And we asked, you know, whether or not, and I think they are willing to. It's just we got to put it in the budget as well. So
Okay.
either way,
Can we commit to talking to them for next fiscal year?
yes.
How much is our, oh my gosh. How much are both the NACO or HSAC or, I'm sorry, NACO and NLC membership?
I don't know the exact number, but I can kind of give you a round figure of what we budget for.
Yes, please.
Okay. So it's around $63,000.
Okay. If we had half of that, we could probably have more mailing, we could have more outreach, more engagement, more materials to do town halls, is my opinion. So can we commit to talking to them, please?
Okay, I'll ask them again.
Thank you. Okay, speaking of, are we looking at any efforts for, I think, all those that I mentioned relating to engagement and, or more materials for engagement for the council, city council?
Yeah, those are the only two object codes that we increased was for constituent outreach, for postage, and for printing and binding.
Oh, okay, I see. The 3 million and the 140,000?
Well, so for our current expenses, it increased by about 85,000.
Oh, 85,000.
And so we put that increase towards outreach.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question also?
Okay, hold on one moment. I still have the.
Okay.
Okay, and then my next question is, I asked the Department of Emergency Management relating to the legislative branch not being non-essential. I know, and I explained to him that although we are non-essential in classification within the city, that due to the nature of the position, or just us being us, that a lot of people are looking to us for such information. Is there a way that we can utilize some of this increase to be able to provide I guess, resources to get out information widespread from the council that's accurate that's accurate, I guess?
Yeah. So in my conversations with emergency management regarding, the council members, they asked me whether or not I thought that the council members would be doing their job while they were standing up operation centers across the island, and I said, yeah, they're going to be doing their job, and so it's not like they're going to reach out to council members to do support type work, but you guys are going to be, out in the district and probably trying to get information out to the affected, people, as well as keeping the general public with press conferences and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I anticipate you guys just continuing to do your job.
Okay, is there any type of format or messaging format that we could invest in, whether it be as an application, like how HNL info goes all the way to everybody who has that application, or any of those like emergency information? Is there something we as a council can have?
I'll look into that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Say.
Yes, I think we do have a volunteer that could set up the script for the council members. Yeah, I'm just saying there is a council member that could develop a script for us on emergency management.
Oh, okay.
And that would be Councilman Toba. He would be a major attraction in getting that message out, emergency management. So I'm just offering his services to you, Kenny.
Okay, let's get on it. Okay, members, any other questions? Committee Vice Chair Wire.
No, thank you, Chair. Not so much a question, just a comment that I want to say mahalo to all of our staff. I know you're working really hard, and especially everyone that stayed late tonight. So just wanted to say thank you for all you've done. Mahalo.
Thank you. I have a question for all agencies. Do we have an incentive and retention program for our staff? And you can come up one by one. And I can ask you, no, never mind.
Well, we don't, so.
Okay. Does the city clerks have?
The short answer to that is no. I wish we did, but sometimes our hands get tied by certain collective bargaining type agreements and things like that. So I think the best thing we can do is really offer a competitive wage, though. That is what really would help.
Okay, understood. Okay, Office of Council Services?
Aloha Chair, Jana Pitcher. I'm the Deputy Director of Office of Council Services. We don't currently have an incentive program, but we do try to make our office a fun place to work and be collaborative with each other. And again, I would agree with the clerk's, Mr. Takahashi, that offering a competitive wage is probably the best incentive, especially for our office that has a lot of exempt employees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For our city auditor?
Thank you, Budget Chair. Yes, when I started in the role, I developed a small incentive and retention program to reward employees that had pursued professional certifications outside of their daily responsibilities. And so if they do successfully pass these examinations that require a lot of time to prepare for, we do offer salary incentives.
Oh, wow. That's great to hear. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, with that, members, any other last questions? Last questions or comments to anybody? You want to say thank you to your colleagues? Well, we want to thank everybody for everything that they do. We appreciate it. Okay, with that, okay, I did testimony. Hold on, where's my script? We did testimony, and there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 7:03 p.m.